Ahmed Miran, membre de l'Alliance marocaine pour le climat et le développement durable. Je suis de Marrakech et marhaba bikoum.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Belinda Okongo. I work with the Pan-Africa Climate Justice Alliance based in Nairobi, Kenya.
Merci. Abdrahim Ksiri, coordinateur national de la MCDD. Marhaba bikoum, welcome. Bienvenue à tous.
Jimel Mehdi, membre fondateur du Réseau marocain pour le logement durable. Aussi, je suis le trésorier de l'Alliance marocaine pour le climat et le développement durable. Et je suis ravi d'être parmi vous.
Morning, everyone. My name is Marta Bekele. I'm based in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. I work for development initiatives.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Saïd Chakri from Morocco. I am focal point Pakja in Morocco.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je suis James Morombedi. Je travaille au Commission économique de l'Afrique au Addis Ababa, CEA.
Merci. Bonjour à tous. Je m'appelle Charles Mwangi. Je travaille à Pakja de Nairobi, secrétariat. Merci beaucoup.
Bonjour tout le monde. Donc, voilà, oui.
صباح الخير جميعا. أنس الحسناوي ممثل مؤسسة فريدريش إبرت. وصل. My name is Anas Hasnawi. I'm from Friedrich Ebert Foundation.
Hello everyone. Hello everyone. My name is Kunti Said. I am climate finance junior researcher at the Email Initiative for Climate and Development. Thank you.
صباح الخير. أسماء خرخور عند مرصد حماية البيئة والمآثر التاريخية بطنجة.
Hello everyone. I'm Abdul Chou and I'm a PhD student at the Agronomy and Veterinary Hassan II in Rabat. So I would like to welcome our friends from Pakja and welcome to Marrakech.
Bonjour tout. Je m'appelle Yahya Goun, le président de l'environnement énergie à la faculté de et merci.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Abdelrahman Saji. Je fais partie de l'agence marocaine de presse. Donc, je suis là pour assurer la couverture médiatique de cet événement. Merci.
Bonjour tout le monde, je me présente, Aïssam Tibba, je suis chargé de projet au sein de l'Alliance marocaine pour le climat et le développement durable.
Bonjour tout le monde, Nisrine Assila de l'association Économie Verte et National Partner of ICAP Africa.
Bonjour tout le monde, Hamza Oudghiri, président de l'association Économie Verte, كذلك membre de l'Alliance marocaine. Shukran.
Bonjour tout le monde, je m'appelle Paulina, je suis étudiante en sciences politiques, économie et ingénierie et je suis stagiaire à l'Alliance marocaine pour le climat et le développement durable. Bonjour tout le monde, je suis Iman Amzil, directrice de l'Association des enseignants des sciences de la vie de la Terre.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for the introduction. I'm challenged by my two brothers there, James and Charles. They are Anglophone speakers, but they have advanced to also speak very good French, particularly James. Charles is on the way, but I'm the least. I'll try to learn from them so that I can speak few words for introduction at least. Okay, thanks everyone, and most welcome to this meeting. As I told you, my role here is to facilitate the opening session. And in a special way, we want to also recognize the arrival of the chairperson of Pacha Board, Madam, most welcome. Now without wasting time, I want to invite Chakri. If I pronounce your name wrongly, please bear with me. I come from a different region of this continent, and there's a way you've been influenced to speak. So Chakri is the national coordinator of PACJA in Morocco for his opening remarks. Chakri, over to you.
Merci, merci Nicolas. Merci à tous les participants présents ici. Vous êtes venus dans un moment où notre pays et surtout notre région ici a vécu un séisme. Il y avait plusieurs morts, il y avait plusieurs dégâts. Et si vous voulez, je vous permets de soulever pour une minute de silence au Fatiha, aux défunts des morts et des blessés qui ont vécu pendant ce séisme. Merci. Et vous avez vu que le Maroc, malgré ce séisme, malgré ces dégâts, la vie commence et relance. Et on a vécu aussi, après ce séisme, de bons moments, notamment l'organisation de la Coupe mondiale 2030. Et c'était une bonne occasion pour nous, Marocains et Africains, d'avoir cette chance d'organiser cette Coupe du Monde. Donc, c'était aussi une nouvelle qui nous a fait un peu honorés comme Africains et comme pays arabes. Donc, sans tarder, je vais prononcer quelques mots à cette ouverture. Et le hasard a voulu que l'organisation de cet atelier réunit deux partenaires de la société civile marocaine, notamment un partenaire qui nous a accompagnés, surtout appuyés pendant l'organisation de ces rencontres, et un autre partenaire qui nous a permis le renforcement des capacités de la société civile marocaine. Et le hasard a voulu que les deux partenaires de la société civile marocaine a commencé en 2014. Je fais ici référence à notre cher partenaire Friedrich Ebert, qui nous appuie depuis 2014. Et je fais référence à notre réseau africain, l'Alliance panafricaine pour la justice climatique, que le premier atelier officiellement a commencé en 2014, ici même à Marrakech. Donc, quelle jolie coïncidence pour avoir, si vous voulez, ces deux partenaires avec nous aujourd'hui pour continuer la route avec la société civile marocaine. Vous savez que le Maroc, comme tous les pays africains, a choisi de travailler sur une voie pour effectivement un développement propre. Sans vous rappeler la stratégie marocaine sur tout ce qui est énergie renouvelable, sans rappeler aussi les efforts que notre pays développe pour arriver vraiment à répondre aux engagements, surtout engagements internationaux et engagements en particulier africains. Je fais ici référence à 3 initiatives que le Maroc a lancées lors de la COP22, notamment pour le bassin de Congo, notamment pour les pays du Sahel et notamment pour les pays ou les îles africaines. Donc, je me réjouis aujourd'hui pour vous dire que la société civile marocaine, en tant que plateforme nationale de PACJA au niveau du Maroc, a l'honneur de travailler avec cette organisation avec laquelle nous avons déjà développé pas mal de projets, notamment certains projets qui se développent même ici au Maroc. Donc, c'était une occasion pour effectivement renoncer un peu, si vous voulez, ce chemin pour le renforcement de la capacité de la société civile marocaine. Aussi, je rappelle aussi que la société civile marocaine, à travers les différentes plateformes présentes ici, parce que nous sommes déjà une diversité de plateformes, et c'est ça qui nous donne un peu une richesse, mais nous sommes tous entourés autour d'une plateforme africaine qui est Alliance panafricaine pour la justice climatique, parce que nous sentons aussi que cette justice climatique fait défaut, surtout dans tous les pays, et que le rôle de la société civile, soit marocaine, soit africaine, est effectivement d'aller vers une justice climatique, surtout pour les peuples les plus vulnérables. Nous sommes aussi, et vous allez voir que le Maroc a aussi été très infecté par les changements climatiques. Donc, c'est une occasion pour nous de dire, à l'occasion de cette réunion qui coïncide avec les assemblées générales de la Banque mondiale et de la FMI, que nous sommes aussi conscients des dangers que, effectivement, ces institutions, surtout pour tout ce qui est dette pour les pays africains, nous avons préparé au niveau national une déclaration qu'on va le partager avec vous à la fin. Nous avons aussi préparé une déclaration africaine au niveau de PACJA et nous sommes très contents. Je termine tout simplement par deux indicateurs ici au Maroc. Nous sommes déjà signataires, peut-être le pays le plus signataire de la déclaration que nous avons présentée comme PACJA au niveau du sommet africain à Nairobi. Je dis les chiffres, plus que 70 associations marocaines ont signé cette pétition, si vous voulez, cette déclaration, en plus de 20 personnes. Nous avons organisé des manifestations. Je fais rappel aussi rapidement à la torche qui a été organisée ici, à la marche qui a été organisée à Marrakech, preuve que nous sommes très adhérents à tout ce qui est stratégie de notre alliance panafricaine pour la justice climatique, nos réseaux et nos associations ici au Maroc, et je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Chakri, for your opening remarks. We are honored to have two board members of PACJA. Yeah, of course, among the two is the chair of the board herself. So I'll recognize one of the board members for one or two remarks. Then I'll proceed on to the chair of the board. So Kisri, are you present for your brief remarks? Is out. Okay. Yeah, thank you, my elder brother. Over to you.
Thank you. Salam alaikum. Marhaba bikum. Donc, bienvenue vraiment à tous les amis et frères africains. Vous êtes là dans votre deuxième pays et on est honoré d'avoir vraiment cette rencontre en préparation de la rencontre du plus important sommet mondial des finances et des banques mondiales, la FMI et la Banque mondiale. Et c'est vraiment une occasion très importante de confirmer et de réaffirmer la position de l'ensemble de la société civile, tous les acteurs de la société civile, et les différents acteurs politiques, surtout des pays du Sud et des pays africains. Et donc, messieurs les représentants de PACJA Afrique, messieurs les représentants de l'ensemble des associations et réseaux environnementaux internationaux, arabes et marocains, messieurs les représentants des coopératives agricoles, marhaba b'Sidris Fadla, et représentants du Parlement, marhaba notre ami de Safi, donc, et de l'Union, aussi de représentants de la Commission économique de l'Union africaine, bienvenue et merci. Donc, à tous les frères et sœurs des pays africains. Donc, comme j'ai dit, c'est une occasion importante pour dire que l'Afrique, qui a la jeunesse la plus importante, 63%, et qui a les richesses les plus importantes, les terres arables, 60%, et qui a la dynamique la plus importante en matière de ressources naturelles, de ressources minières, de ressources énergétiques renouvelables, c'est elle qui permettra, comme ça a été dit, de décarboner le monde. Il participera de manière forte s'il y a une justice dans la finance, dans l'orientation des appuis pour le développement lié à l'adaptation, à la résilience et aux pertes et dommages. Donc, c'est dans ce cadre que la société civile marocaine, la MCDD, avec l'ensemble des acteurs et des réseaux qui sont là, on a vraiment travaillé depuis plusieurs mois avec beaucoup de rencontres et on a élaboré une déclaration qui donne vraiment une analyse rapide et une position forte de la société civile marocaine. Nos amis, on a travaillé aussi avec PACJA Maroc, avec d'autres institutions ici au Maroc, mais avec PACJA, ils ont aussi un mouvement qui a été vraiment initié, et c'est grâce à ces deux mouvements qu'on va travailler aujourd'hui et demain matin. Et l'après-midi, on aura une rencontre avec des centaines et des centaines de jeunes qui ont aussi préparé leur déclaration. On a avec nous Madame Wafa Marhaba, donc qui représente les jeunes africains. Donc, merci à tous et bienvenue et shukran, marhaba.
Thank you for the warm welcome to Morocco. And I want to proceed on to the next speaker. In this time round, is the chair of the board. I'm giving them time so that they can greet one another. That is Dr. Nanjwa Burawi. If I got your name right, Madam, please seize this opportunity for you to give your introductory remarks.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je suis ravie d'être ici avec vous, dans ma famille, dans mon pays, deuxième pays. Je suis très ravie d'être avec vous, de partager les remarques de PACJA. Comme vous savez, le Maroc et l'équipe de la CVT, c'est des partenaires très proches de PACJA. Donc, on travaille souvent ensemble, on collabore et on coopère toujours ensemble. On est très intéressés par le travail que fait la CVT, en collaboration bien sûr avec PACJA. Le grand travail, le travail colossal et les déclarations et les informations et les détails qu'ils donnent pour aboutir à la justice climatique. On apprend beaucoup de vous, vous apprenez aussi de nous. Donc, on est frères, on est amis, on est collègues, on est tout ce que vous voulez. Donc, au nom de PACJA, je voudrais dire que PACJA travaille beaucoup sur la question de justice climatique à travers ses différents secteurs. Nous, donc, on insiste beaucoup sur tout ce qui est finance. La question des finances est une question cruciale pour PACJA pour aboutir à la justice climatique. Donc, le financement, comme vous savez, l'architecture financière du climat est très complexe. Donc, il y a beaucoup de travail à faire. Nous, on insiste beaucoup sur la finance adaptation et maintenant la finance de loss and damage, donc les pertes et les préjudices. On voudrait vraiment aboutir au financement des pays les plus vulnérables et surtout des communautés locales les plus vulnérables, les femmes, les jeunes. Et nous voulons travailler ensemble pour aboutir à ce but-là, qui est donc comment impliquer la population locale, comment impliquer les femmes, surtout dans les milieux ruraux, comment impliquer les jeunes pour aboutir à cette justice climatique à travers, bien sûr, l'investissement dans l'adaptation et maintenant, donc, on a un nouveau secteur qui est le financement de loss and damage. Donc, travaillons ensemble. C'est une occasion ici à Marrakech, en présence, bien sûr, des grands financiers du monde pour imposer nos idées, imposer nos objectifs pour le financement, bien sûr, de l'adaptation et de loss and damage et pour le bien-être des populations, surtout les populations locales. Et merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to the board of PACJA. I think, as I told you, I'll be learning. I've heard now people saying merci beaucoup. That's to say thank you. I'm also learning. I'll be catching up with Charles soon. Now, on those brief remarks from my end, I want to take this opportunity to invite Anas, that is the head of program for FACE Morocco, for the opening remarks. Please, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, صباح الخير جميعا. Je suis ravi d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui. Vous savez que je vais souligner quelques points rapidement, juste en guise d'introduction pour vous laisser un petit peu le temps de réfléchir, travailler ensemble. Je commencerai par dire que tout de suite, là, le devenir du monde est africain. Le devenir du monde est africain et si les Africains le souhaitent. Et bien sûr, il ne sera pas seulement pour les Africains, il sera pour tout le monde. C'est-à-dire le devenir africain pour tout le monde, d'où l'importance d'une coopération internationale pour le développement durable. C'est là où se situe un petit peu le rôle de la Fondation Friedrich Ebert, qui est convaincue que le travail aujourd'hui devrait se faire là où il y a un potentiel, mais là où il y a toutes les conditions et les leviers de transformation pour un développement durable pour tous. C'est parce que la Fondation Friedrich Ebert, je ne sais pas si vous le savez, a été créée en 1952 et depuis pratiquement, en 1905, et depuis, il existe maintenant sur plus de 100 pays à travers le monde. Il constitue pratiquement un think tank international, mais qui ne fait pas que la réflexion, il fait également beaucoup d'appui à toutes les organisations et les institutions qui s'inscrivent dans ces valeurs. Et quand je dis valeurs, je fais référence aux valeurs de la social-démocratie et particulièrement la perspective de la justice sociale. Et qui dit justice sociale dit de toute évidence justice climatique, justice financière, justice entre les peuples, justice entre les classes sociales. Et je pense que ce terme-là, qui veut dire également une équité dans la répartition des richesses se trouve au cœur aujourd'hui des préoccupations d'un certain nombre de pays et bien sûr des préoccupations de la société civile aujourd'hui engagée pour un devenir meilleur. Quand on parle société civile, généralement, on a cette idée que la société civile porte un fardeau et parfois qui la dépasse par rapport à ses ressources, par rapport à ses moyens, par rapport à son capacité, effectivement, de mettre en œuvre sa vision. Généralement, la société civile n'est pas faite pour mettre en œuvre sa vision. Elle est là pour rappeler les uns et les autres sur leurs responsabilités respectives. Me revient un petit peu un exemple que j'aime toujours, enfin une métaphore que j'aime toujours utiliser quand il s'agit du rôle de la société civile, de la position de la société civile, c'est celle de ce petit chien, enfin le chiot avec le grand chien. Le grand chien, ce sont les acteurs, les institutions politiques, et qui commencent à vieillir. Et que le petit chien, le chiot, il est là, à côté, à chaque fois qu'il y a un danger, il crie. Et c'est lui qui le réveille. Bon, la société civile, c'est un petit peu, il joue ce rôle-là en permanence. Il n'a pas la force, l'énergie, ni la capacité d'ancrage pour pouvoir le faire, mais il le fait quand même. Mais moi, je vais utiliser une autre métaphore. J'ai eu ce matin la joie de croiser un de nos invités de Kenya que je ne connaissais pas avant. Et il m'a demandé, c'est quoi ça? Il faisait référence à un semaine. Il m'a dit, c'est du pancake. I said him something like. Et je lui ai dit également que c'est très bon, il faut en prendre. Et bien sûr, il a pris le plat, il en a pris. Et en partant, je lui ai dit, surtout, il faut mettre du miel dessus. Ça devient délicieux. Ben, je crois que c'est ça le rôle de la société civile. Merci à vous tous.
Thank you for your insightful opening remarks, sir. I want to proceed on. At this time round, I want to invite Charles Mwangi, the head of programs at PACJA, for his opening remarks. Ideally speaking, Charles should have been the one doing this, but where I come from, when you are the convener, you are not supposed to overindulge. Yeah, so please welcome. You do in French as the request has come from the ground.
Oui, c'est bon. Bonjour à tous. Adera munahia. Adera munahia. Adera munahia. I chose to do it in Arabic than French. Dr. James Mrobezi, who is the chief officer in charge of Africa Climate Policy Center at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, our good friend and our RA. My good brother, the head of programs, FES, Morocco, who are our partners in this event. Mr. Peter Ovengo, who is joining us online and who is the coordinator of Africa Network for designated national authorities to GCF. Dr. Urfunzo Somorin from the Africa Development Bank, I think joining us all the way from Canada, but joining us online. The chair of PACJA board, my boss, Dr. Najwa Borawi, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, recognizing East African Farmers Federation, who are our partners, of course, led by my brother, Norbert Wisime. Good morning. I'm starting here on behalf of my executive director, Dr. Midika, who is not with us today. And therefore, I'm going to read the statement for the director as we are gathered here for this pre-event that is coming just a few days before the beginning of the World Bank, IMF annual meetings. And this event that we're holding today really is actually a roundtable conversation on adaptation finance. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to this roundtable on adaptation finance in this beautiful city of Marrakech in Morocco. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a pre-event of the annual World Bank and IMF meeting, which will be hosted in this city from 9th to 15th of October under the theme, Global Action, Global Impact. You will recall, ladies and gentlemen, that this city hosted COP22, and that was in the year 2016, which was the first COP after the signing of the Paris Agreement in Paris in 2015. Now, it was a COP which, especially in Africa, was really much awaited COP, because it was actually the first COP after the signing of the Paris Agreement. And we were really hoping that that COP would be able to address especially the pressing needs of the African people, and more so in the adaptation discourse. Ladies and gentlemen, 7 years down the line, since hosting of COP22 in this city of Marrakech, we come back here for a crucial World Bank IMF meeting, which is happening against the backdrop of a continent whose optimism on commitments by the global community in addressing climate change is quickly and very fast fading away. Scientists continue to warn us that we are staring at a time bomb which is sure to explode if we do not act decisively by cutting down the greenhouse gases emissions significantly by 43%, and that is by the year 2030, if we are to keep the trajectory of maintaining the temperature rise below 1.5 degrees Celsius. The findings of the IPCC assessment report, the 6th assessment report, projects that there will be more frequent and intense heat waves, a drought, floods, storms, wildfires, and all emission scenarios. This has led to unavoidable and devastating climate change impacts and related losses and damages in developing countries beyond the capacities of already vulnerable and struggling economies and communities to cope. The impacts are disproportionately burdened the poorest and the most vulnerable groups that have least contributed to the global greenhouse gases emissions. Now, the projected economic costs that are already piling up, with the IPCC estimates that Africa as having incurred losses of more than 7 billion due to climate change between 2010 and 2019, which could actually rise to 50 billion by 2040 at high emission scenarios, and which could reduce gross domestic product growth in Africa by 2 to 4% per year, and that is by 2040, and by 10 to 25% by year 2100. Now, urgent finance specifically dedicated to adaptation and loss and damage is therefore very crucial for climate-related impacts that happen even if countries adapt and prepare well in advance to support in the recovery and to prepare for future displacement of livelihoods, disruptions, and losses. According to Adaptation Gap Report of 2022, international adaptation finance to developing countries amounted to only US dollars 28.6 billion in 2020. Now, this represents 34% share of the total finance for developing countries in 2020 and accounted for only 4% increase from what we saw in 2019. Now, according to this report, the adaptation needs stand at 340 billion US dollars per year by 2030. This means that by 2050, this cost could top up 500 billion US dollars per year. The IPCC also estimates that adaptation costs in Africa will reach up to 86 0.5 billion annually by the year 2030. This means the doubling of adaptation finance using 2019 baseline, which is about 21 billion US dollars, by 2025 will actually leave a very, very huge gap. It's therefore imperative that adaptation targets must be based on documented and actual needs for it to make sense, especially in Africa. The African civil societies, under the auspices of Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, are deeply concerned by the current state of affairs on climate change financing. There is a serious lack of commitment to avail the much needed financial support to countries and communities where it is needed most. Now, through consistent efforts in lobbying, the Green Climate Fund was created to finance climate action, and this was partly because it was felt that multilateral banks, including the World Bank, were not fit for purpose in administration of climate finance, owing to their business approach to issues. The majority or most of the finances provided by multilateral finance institutions comes in form of loans for disaster recovery and reconstruction. However, this type of finance is unjust. The victims of climate crisis who have done least to create it bear the burden of all the cost. The sad reality is that the poor and vulnerable countries have to choose between paying their debts or addressing climate risk that they do face. The reality of the matter is that these countries are already trapped in a debt spiral as they try to recover from every new shock. Now, we denounce the application of business motivated mechanisms such as a global shield for responding to loss and damage and adaptation in Africa. We are equally alarmed by unfair business approaches adopted by World Bank in the interventions on climate change response, especially in developing countries. The bank's climate finance commitments are highly concessional, attaching conditionality to its financing, and which mostly comes in form of loans, which attract high interest rates that do not necessarily match the rate at which the economies of the poor countries are growing. The economic model of the World Bank and IMF are designed, may not deliver the adaptation needs of the vulnerable communities and therefore need a radical surgery. We therefore call upon the World Bank and IMF to review their funding policies for African nations in order to effectively support the development agenda of the continent in a manner which is accommodative and which reflects the realities of struggling economies. We reiterate the call by parties to the UNFCCC at COP27, which was held in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, on multilateral development banks and their shareholders to reform practices and priorities and sustainably increase climate finance. On loss and damage, we also continue calling for urgent conclusions on modalities of operationalizing loss and damage facility. Loss and damage funding mechanisms need to follow the principle of equity, common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities, and must be party-driven where decisions are agreed by consensus. As a matter of principle, the loss and damage fund should be grant-based, locally run, broad-based, and adopt a whole society approach, gender responsive, and accessible to communities at the front line of the climate crisis. We stand against the proposal raised by the US government on the Loss and Damage Transitional Committee meeting to present World Bank as the host for Loss and Damage Fund. If such a proposal is adopted, people and communities in the Global South will not only have limited access to loss and damage funding, but will also be further burdened by the World Bank's profit-oriented and debt-creating financial mechanisms. Loss and damage fund needs to be dependent or needs to be administered by a dependent secretariat located within the existing UNFCCC institutions with a dedicated, a strong, and well-structured mechanisms that necessitate deeper considerations of additionality, predictability, and adequacy of loss and damage fund that suits the needs of the communities at the front line of climate crisis. I take this opportunity to welcome you all to this roundtable conversation, and I hope by the end of the 2 days that you're here, we are going to come up with a statement that is going to inform how especially multilateral development banks respond, especially to the felt needs of the African people. Our people are still dying from floods, from drought, and it's no longer rocket science that for sure we need to act and act decisively. But even as we do this, we continue urging, especially our developed country partners, to be very decisive in terms of enhancing their ambitions in cutting the emissions, because until we are able to commit ourselves to cut the emissions by 3% by 2030, we are surely going to arrive at 1.5. And if we cannot manage the consequences at 1.1 degree at the moment, how are we going to survive in the wake of 1.5 degree temperature rise? I thank you all and welcome you to this important roundtable conversation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. As I mentioned, my name is Norbert Tuishime, and I work for the Eastern African Farmers Federation. We are based in Nairobi, and our membership cut across 10 countries in the Horn of Africa, the East Africa, and part of Central and Southern Africa, like the Democratic Republic of Congo. I'm pleased to be here on the invitation of PACTA. And before I say anything, I'm not a politician. I'm actually a policy guy. So I hope all the protocols are observed. And we thank the host, the PACTA Morocco network, for the warm welcome. And actually, I'm seeing this city. I got a chance to run in the morning. It's very beautiful, calm, well organized, and people are very, very humbled to receive other people from the rest of the continent. Probably what amazed me is how they say, yeah, hi, people from Africa. Then I was wondering if Marrakech is not part of Africa, but I will be explained later, so that's not the purpose. For East African Farmers Federation, yeah, we've started a journey with PACTA sometimes last year. So where we say that since our constituencies are smallholder farmers, we need to join the PACTA, and the Eastern African Farmers Federation was tasked to take the lead on the matter to do with agriculture. So I'm pleased to be here with our counterpart in North Africa under the leadership of Munagri. So I want to present them again. Si Madame Lim et ton équipe, vous pouvez vous lever pour qu'on vous salue encore. This is the team which is from North Africa. Well, Rashid, there is another one who is gone outside. So Rim, Madame Rim. is the CEO of the farm organization in the North Africa. So their membership are from Egypt, Libya, Algeria, Morocco, and Tunisia. She's from Tunisia. Driss Fidra, she's the vice president of the Union of Farmers of Morocco. And the Rashid, who is gone outside, I think, for a call, is actually the leader of Farmers Union in the region of Marrakech and nearby city. So you can see here we are a big constituency. So we are coming here to join the hands of our friends in the North Africa part, and especially at the sideline of this important annual meeting of the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. So it has been mentioned, I don't want to repeat a lot. We say that we are vulnerable as communities, but when it comes to smallholder farmers, especially in Africa, we are hit the most. I'm sure that you've seen what happened, and we are glad that we took a minute to be able to remember our departed souls. Yeah, I heard it wasn't far from here. Even if it is far, it is still on our continent. We had hit. You remember what was happening the other time in Libya? Yeah, and it is also, it came all the way from our brothers and sisters from Mediterranean countries in Europe. So all these are indication that we are living in different times, and climate shocks are becoming more and more aggressive. It is until strategize and we adopt mechanisms to support those vulnerable communities, especially to access resources. Here, as you've heard, the thematic is around adaptation, but we are talking about adaptation, climate adaptation and financing. So for farm organization, as we say that we are no longer talking about the Eastern Africa part where I'm coming, or the North Africa region, but we are talking as a Pan-African farm organization. That's why I'm standing here. So we are here to join the hands of you, people from Marrakech, Morocco, North Africa, and the whole of the continent, to say that also we join you and will be signatories to the declaration or the statements at the end of the 2 days workshop, that your views are aligned with us. Not unless that you are able to access the finances, that's our people, the people we represent, they will be able to adapt. So, and adaptation means a lot of things. So we say, like where I sit, we say that there are at least 3 issues. We are talking about skill transfers. So the skill transfers, you really need to have, there is someone who has the knowledge who will come to educate you. So it means capacity building. There are technologies. Technologies is not for free. So you need to access technologies. It means you need resources. You need to adapt to different kind of agricultural practices. So it means that you need resources probably to buy an insurance crop or a livestock insurance. So all that means that we are advocating for our people to be able to access the finances so that they can be able to deal with these climate shocks we are experiencing. So I want to end from here. We are here until tomorrow, so we'll have ample time to be able to chat and exchange across different topics and sessions we'll have. And I would like once again to thank PACJA and its network hosts for inviting us to be part of this important process. So I thank you, and I wish that we'll have a fruitful deliberation. Thank you, facilitator.
Okay, thank you, Norbert. A representative of a very key constituency, which is very sensitive to climate change when it comes to the need to adapt. Now, it is now my pleasure to invite Dr. James Brombesi from ACPC for his opening remarks. I gathered when we are doing the introduction that he's very good in French, but I do know that he's also very good in English. So it is upon him to elect which language he'll use. Dr. James.
In Arabic, salam alaikum. My Francais est fini. The French was finished a long time ago, but firstly, allow me to stand on the recognized protocol already. Greetings. Salam alaikum. Bonjour. Allow me also to express my solidarities with the victims of the disasters in Morocco and also in Libya, and to recognize in particular that although the flooding in Libya has been classified as a natural disaster, in fact, it is actually a man-made disaster, something that could have been avoidable. However, going forward, I'm very grateful to be here, to PACJA and to everyone who has invited the ECA to participate in this very important roundtable on climate and finance. And the fact that this is happening on the sidelines of the World Bank annual meetings is really very significant. Allow me to also say that my institution, the Economic Commission for Africa, is currently involved in many ongoing innovations on financing climate change. Our innovations include, for instance, we are members of the Sustainable Debt Coalition, which is looking at how debt for development and particularly debt for financing climate actions can be made affordable, largely through the reduction, the de-risking of our debt and the reduction of associated high interest rates. We recognize that currently, for instance, Africa borrows at interest rates that are in double figures, 17–20%, while the rest of the world is borrowing at under 10%, 4 or 5%. This is an injustice which has to be addressed, and my institution is exploring ways through the Sustainable Debt Coalition, ways by which this injustice can be addressed. We also have an initiative on debt for nature swaps, which is also looking at how African countries can exchange part of their existing debt for investments in building the resilience of ecosystems. This recognizes that it is very difficult to change the structure of existing debt, the terms of existing debt, and that one of the ways in which existing debt can be repaid is by negotiating with creditors, how they can actually change the payment terms to include investments in nature. So we have negotiated, for instance, a debt for nature swap for Gabon, where Gabon is going to forego the payment of $500 million in interest and invest that amount instead on the conservation of Gabonese forest land. We've also entered into a debt for nature swap for Seychelles, this one based on the management of marine resources. So instead of repaying a portion of its debt, Seychelles have agreed through the nature conservation TNC to pay part of that debt towards creating new marine protected areas. This is very positive in the sense that the money which would have gone out for payment of interest on debts is now being invested locally in initiatives which actually contribute towards building resilience to climate change. And there are many other debt for nature swaps that are under negotiation. The UNECA is also a member of the Africa Carbon Markets Initiative, ACMI, which, as you all know, is an initiative which was launched in Sharm el-Sheikh at COP27. And this is an initiative which seeks to build African capacities in carbon trading. and ensure that the continent actually benefits from carbon markets. As you know, the current price of carbon throughout most of Africa is below $10 a ton of carbon, while in the EU, the European Union trading system, for instance, the price of a ton of carbon costs around 80 euros. And there are, in fact, projections that it could go up to about 400 million euros by 2030. So the ACME, the Africa Carbon Markets Initiative, actually seeks to ensure that we support African member states to bring up the price of carbon to where it is, in fact, a viable contribution to climate financing. We also have initiatives in the blue economy, green economy, again aimed at ensuring that there are innovations there to produce or to generate financing for climate actions on the continent. We also have an initiative which is seeking to link climate action to de-risking investment through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. This recognizes that the continent, in fact, does have a continental mechanism which can be built up to begin to contribute towards green development through de-risking. The UNECA is also promoting bankable climate projects and building value chains for green critical minerals. Now, of course, it is challenging to define mining as green in any context, but here the green critical minerals are defined as such in terms of their contribution or potential contribution to the green industrialization process. So these are minerals that are going to contribute towards the battery value chains, for instance, the development or creation of batteries for renewable energy. So our organization is supporting the DRC and Zambia to set up a processing zone to develop battery precursors, which is going to add value to the lithium, the copper, the cobalt that is mined in these two countries in order to ensure that the continent is not producing and exporting raw materials, but is actually investing in the addition of value at the multiple levels of our value of those minerals. ECA is also mobilizing green financing and other initiatives that are going to contribute or that are currently contributing to ensuring that climate finance is available and is sustainable. But the big question, of course, is what are the contributions of these and other innovations to adaptation financing? There are numerous activities, as we know, but how do they relate to actual adaptation financing, which is the subject of our discussions for the next couple of days. So to what extent also do these initiatives contribute towards strengthening public finance? Recall that many of the existing financing mechanisms in terms of the UNFCCC, but also in terms of the Paris Agreement, depend on the availability of public resources to finance climate action. Now, many of the initiatives that are being developed in the last few years are initiatives that are aimed at crowding in investments and private resources to support climate action. Our position as the UNECA is that the contributions of the private sector are very important and significant. However, they are not a replacement for public financing of climate action. And therefore, our discussions have to focus on how can we increase ambition in terms of the availability of public funds, while at the same time building the contributions of private financing to climate finance, and particularly to adaptation. We've heard in Charles's presentation that adaptation financing constitutes a very small amount of current finance that has been made available to the continent. We've also seen, for instance, in this past month, we had the Sustainable Development Goals Summit in New York, which showed that we are on track to achieve only 15% of the SDGs by 2030. And it's now less than 7 years before we get to the end of the Agenda 2030 period. And before the SDG summit, we also got the first technical report of the Global Stocktake, which also showed that we are way off track in achieving any of the objectives of the Paris Agreement. So and we also had the conclusions of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, all of the available science, all of the available economics today basically tells us that we are in deep trouble and that we have got very little time to get out of the situation that we are in. And therefore, we really need to rethink what we have been doing in terms of addressing climate change and to come up with viable solutions. And we had a very big summit in Nairobi just a few weeks ago, which actually sought to put the continent on a path towards identifying concrete solutions that can contribute towards climate action on the continent. So it is my hope that this meeting over the next 2 days is going to propose concrete solutions for increasing climate ambition, but particularly for increasing adaptation financing for the African continent. Now, allow me to also conclude by mentioning that my institution, the African Climate Policy Center, is exploring opportunities to convene the next African climate talks in Morocco. We have had already preliminary conversations with our comrade Chakri on this question, and we will continue to explore ways in which we can work together, also with the PAGJA, to convene the North African climate talks here in Morocco early in 2024. The African Climate Talks is actually a forum which brings together multiple stakeholders, including policymakers, researchers, academics, the youth, the marginalized communities, farmers, farmer groups, to actually debate contemporary issues and to contribute towards African solutions towards resolving those issues in climate change. We have had the Africa Climate Talks in East Africa, in Tanzania. We have had the climate talks in Southern Africa, in Mozambique. We have had the Africa talks in Africa, in Niger. And our proposal is that if feasible, we will convene the next meeting in Morocco during the first quarter of 2024. So we look forward to working with you towards that, and also to the contributions that you will make, not only to this roundtable, but also to ongoing conversations on climate change and development in Africa. With this, I thank you very much, and I'm happy to be here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mrombesi, for your opening remarks. I think very powerful remarks from all the speakers. We were supposed to have Dr. Alfonso Somorin from African Development Bank intervening online. I'm told that he's presently in Canada, but is not online. We also to have opening remarks from Peter Odengo, who is the coordinator of African group of national designated authorities, but is also not available. Therefore, that brings our opening remarks to an end. But for the excellent speakers we've had, can we have one round of applause to them all? Thank you very much. I think this helps us to set the pace for the conversation that we shall be having beginning today until the end of tomorrow. I now want to take this opportunity to invite Mohamed Bulmane so that he can take us to the next session. Thank you very much for allowing me to facilitate the first session. Over to you, Mohamed.
Merci, c'est tout simplement un mot de cadrage pour cet atelier. Donc, on a voulu que ce soit l'expérience du Maroc on va la présenter pour effectivement mettre au point certaines initiatives qui ont été menées aussi par le Maroc et aussi la question de la finance de l'adaptation. Donc, cet atelier, il va être animé par C. Mohamed Boulmen. Une première présentation, il va être faite par C. Saïd Skoutni, c'est pour tout simplement cadrer, mais on a aimé que juste après Saïd Skoutni, les participants, surtout, on a des éminents participants ici dans l'agriculture au niveau du Maroc et on sait que l'adaptation en Afrique et au nord d'Afrique, on aimerait bien, surtout nos chers participants ici qui sont vraiment dans le domaine de l'agriculture, de partager avec nous leurs initiatives. Donc, il va être animé par Siboulmen et la présentation des Saïd, mais après un débat, surtout pour échanger sur ces questions et surtout pour enlever cette monotonie. Ce n'est pas toujours des discours, mais aussi la participation de tous les présents ici.
Bonjour tout le monde, soyez les bienvenus. Donc, c'est Boulmen Mohamed, membre du bureau national de l'AMCDD. Donc, pour le Maroc, comme pour la plupart des pays africains, donc ne sont pas des émetteurs de gaz à effet de serre, mais ils subissent les effets des changements climatiques. Donc, si on prend par exemple le Maroc, donc ces émissions de gaz à effet de serre ne dépassent pas les 0,15%. Donc ce n'est pas vraiment un émetteur de gaz à effet de serre. Le Maroc, il a une position géographique, c'est une position géographique qui le laisse plus sensible au changement climatique. Donc, il se trouve dans le hotspot du changement climatique. Donc, il se trouve entre l'Europe et le Sahara, donc ce qui le rend plus sensible au changement climatique. Donc, toute petite variation de changement climatique, ça l'infecte potentiellement. Donc, le Maroc, vraiment, donc, il a un territoire, un grand territoire donc, qui est plus vulnérable au changement climatique, donc une diversité dans sa géographie. Donc, entre les montagnes, il représente donc, à peu près 25%, donc soit plus de 60% sont des forêts, ce qui les rend beaucoup la montagne plus vulnérable au changement climatique. En plus, il y a des oasis, en plus, il a une côte de 3500 km. Donc, ça le rend vraiment très impacté par les changements climatiques dans les différents secteurs. Et vous savez très bien que le Maroc, maintenant, il a vécu presque dans les 7 dernières années un problème vraiment sérieux des ressources hydriques. Donc, les ressources hydriques ne cessent pas de diminuer une année par rapport à une autre. Donc, également, ce qui a impacté vraiment tout ce qui concerne les secteurs économiques potentiels du Maroc, à savoir l'industrie, à savoir le tourisme et également à savoir l'agriculture. Donc, nous avons avec nous des agriculteurs qui souffrent une année à l'autre. Donc, on était par exemple dans une région de Beni Mellal Khnifra qui n'a jamais vécu ce problème, mais cette année, donc, les agriculteurs n'ont reçu aucune goutte pour l'irrigation de leur champ. Donc, ce qui rend au Maroc, donc, c'est pas vraiment le bord qui est sensible au changement climatique, c'est l'irrigué qui devient de plus en plus sensible au changement climatique et plus vulnérable au changement climatique. Ça aussi a des effets, ça aussi, ça induit des risques et des dommages, surtout avec les précipitations qui ne sont pas régulières et qui sont de temps en temps deviennent fortes, donc avec des inondations qui sont vraiment coûteuses pour le Maroc. Donc, ça continue vraiment à représenter un chiffre très important dans son PIB. Donc, qui va atteindre presque en 2050, selon le rapport de la Banque mondiale en 2022, qui va atteindre à peu près 1% du PIB national, donc c'est un chiffre qui est important. Donc, si on prend par exemple entre les années 2005 et 2010, le Maroc a vraiment fait des investissements, de gros investissements en adaptation. Donc, l'adaptation, il a pris à peu près il a préparé dans 60% des investissements climatiques du Maroc donc, dans cette période, et ce qui a représenté à peu près pour l'adaptation 9% des budgets d'investissement, qui représente un chiffre énorme. Si on prend également juste un programme qui a été fait par le Maroc et lancé en 2020-2050, c'est le plan national de l'eau. Donc, c'est un plan qui est aux alentours de 383 milliards de dirhams. Donc, c'est étalé sur 30 ans, c'est vraiment un chiffre très important juste pour l'adaptation, vraiment pour l'adaptation aux ressources hydriques. Donc, également, il y a des risques qui continuent avec l'élévation du niveau de la mer. Donc, il y a la submersion de la nappe phréatique côtière. Également, il y a une diminution avec l'augmentation de la température, une diminution de la biodiversité marine, une diminution de sa productivité, etc. Donc, j'en passe. Donc, normalement, dans la COP 22, dans la COP 21, on a défini un objectif principal pour l'atténuation des émissions de gaz à effet de serre. Donc, c'était l'objectif de ne pas dépasser les 2 degrés C. Alors que pour l'adaptation au changement climatique, aucun objectif n'a été défini. Normalement, il doit avoir un objectif, surtout pour les pays africains, donc ils sont plus vulnérables au changement climatique. Ils n'ont aucune responsabilité historique ni actuelle. Ils n'ont jamais contribué aux émissions de gaz à effet de serre, de telle sorte que les émissions de gaz à effet de serre de l'Afrique ne dépassent pas les 4%. Et les pays les plus vulnérables au changement climatique, les 10 pays les plus vulnérables au changement climatique se trouvent dans l'Afrique. En plus de ça, donc, l'Afrique est vraiment un grand réservoir, donc c'est un séquestre de gaz à effet de serre, à savoir le bassin du Congo. Et une chose qui est très importante qu'il faut savoir sur l'Afrique, c'est la nature de ces sols. La nature de ces sols, ce sont des sols basiques. Un sol basique, ça veut dire qu'il y a du CO2 minéral. Généralement, on parle de CO2 organique, mais il y a du CO2 minéral. Toute acidification des sols africains, donc ça va induire une émission de CO2 minéral. Donc, sans tarder, donc, je vais passer la parole à notre expert, donc c'est Saïd Skoutni. Donc, c'est un chercheur au financement climatique avec le groupe de réflexion Think Tank. Donc, il est avec l'initiative email pour le climat, donc il est en master, et donc il a son master donc en politique publique et la gouvernance de la faculté de l'université Mohamed V à Rabat. Donc maintenant il est dans sa première année en thèse, donc avec un thème, c'est l'impact des changements climatiques, c'est la recette budgétaire et la dette publique. À vous la parole, si Saïd.
Donc, bonjour tout le monde. Je me présente, Skounti Saïd. Je suis chercheur en financement climatique avec l'initiative Email pour le climat et développement. C'est un think tank marocain qui a été lancé lors de la COP dernière à Sharm el-Sheikh. Donc, nous travaillons sur les questions de la finance climatique, la résilience et aussi la transition énergétique. On a adopté une perspective, bien sûr, nord-africaine, mais africaine aussi et arabe. Aujourd'hui, je vais vous parler un petit peu des institutions de Bretton Woods, mais bien sûr, on va toucher aux questions.
Oui, صوت مزيان خارج تما لا انا كيطلع لي كيمشي ولكن راه تما ملي كتمشي.
Le cas africain, c'est ce que nous concerne, notamment avec ce contexte très critique où l'Afrique fait face à une polycrise, pas seulement le climat, mais d'autres crises comme l'insécurité, les tensions géopolitiques, les coups d'État ici et là. Mais surtout, on va nous focaliser notamment sur les questions du climat. Et je vais citer justement une donnée qui nous vient du GIEC, l'IPCC, qui nous dit que par rapport à la sécheresse, et on sait que la majorité des pays africains basent leurs économies sur l'agriculture. Le cas du Maroc, c'est 15% du PIB. Et donc, les sécheresses récurrentes ont un impact. L'IPCC nous dit que pendant les années qui vont venir, l'Afrique du Nord va connaître une année sèche toutes les 3 ans. Et c'est-à-dire, plus de financement, on aura besoin. Et c'est la raison pour laquelle on va parler de ces institutions, parce que ces institutions, elles financent le développement, elles financent le climat aussi. Slide suivant. Le plan d'aujourd'hui, on va parler des missions et modes d'opération du FMI et Banque mondiale. On va parler de la place du climat et après les modes de financement du changement climatique. Et ça? Next. Donc, justement, en contexte historique, ces institutions ont été créées en 1944 lors des assemblées de Bretton Woods. Bien sûr, l'objectif, ça a été la reconstruction des pays ravagés par la guerre mondiale. Pourquoi j'ai mentionné le contexte? Pour vous dire après que ce contexte n'est plus là. Ici, on ne parle pas du climat. Mais aujourd'hui, le climat, il est très présent. Il faut en parler et ces institutions ont montré qu'ils n'ont pas les compétences pour faire face à la fois au développement et aujourd'hui, on leur demande de financer le climat. Alors, c'est très compliqué. Les modes opératoires. Pour les FMI, c'est plutôt le côté financier, plutôt côté monétaire. Les membres, ils ont à peu près 189 pays membres avec des quotas. Et les quotas, ils sont aussi très importants pour nous en tant que société civile lors des assemblées parce que ces quotas, ils influencent beaucoup les décisions. Et l'Afrique n'a pas de voix, en fait. En parlant des négociations, des tables de négociation pour le climat et le développement, l'Afrique n'a pas de voix. Les fonctions principales du FMI, c'est vraiment la surveillance économique, l'assistance financière, assistance technique. Ils accordent des prêts aux pays en difficulté financière avec des conditions de réforme. C'est-à-dire, ce n'est pas des prêts juste pour des prêts, mais des prêts avec des conditions. Et on va en parler par la suite. Il fournit aussi des conseils économiques et financiers pour les gouvernements et pour les banques centrales. Il effectue des recherches pour promouvoir la stabilité financière mondiale. Pour la Banque mondiale, c'est plutôt la pauvreté. Donc, on finance des projets plutôt sociaux pour financer la pauvreté. Donc, ici, il y a la banque BIRD il aide beaucoup les pays à revenus moyens élevés et l'EDA, c'est plutôt les pays les plus pauvres. L'objectif principal, c'est de réduire la pauvreté et promouvoir le développement durable. Il finance des projets de développement tels que l'éducation, la santé. Donc, vous voyez, c'est vraiment des projets sociaux. Travaux en partenariat avec d'autres organisations internationales et gouvernements nationaux en essayant de veiller sur la stabilité en termes d'accès à la nourriture, en termes d'accès à l'éducation, santé, etc. Next slide. Ici, pour différencier un petit peu entre les deux. Donc, je ne sais pas si vous pouvez lire, mais par exemple, les activités du FMI, on peut trouver qu'on donne des prêts justement au gouvernement pour la surveillance et tout ce qui est économique. La structure, ils ont à peu près 2500 employés, structure hiérarchique relativement simple, avec 86% du personnel a été formé dans des grandes universités américaines et européennes. Voilà, c'est bien de le mentionner, américaines et européennes, c'est les deux qui détiennent les quotas les plus importants. La majorité du personnel est composée de macroéconomistes, parce que justement, l'FMI, c'est la stabilité monétaire et c'est justement des profils en macroéconomie, c'est eux qui vont gérer l'affaire. Pour la Banque mondiale, c'est plutôt la pauvreté, des prêts au gouvernement pour les aider en termes du développement, santé, éducation, infrastructure et tout ça. La structure, ça diffère. Donc, comme vous voyez, ces deux institutions qui ont été créées lors des assemblées de Bretton Woods en 1944, c'était la fin à peu près de la Deuxième Guerre mondiale, mais leur mission, un petit peu, ça diffère. C'est les mêmes un petit peu, mais ça diffère. Next slide. La gouvernance, c'est important aussi de parler de la gouvernance. Nous, en tant que société civile, on devrait être conscient de ces éléments-là parce que la voix africaine est malheureusement absente. Donc, pour la gouvernance de la Banque mondiale se compose de 189 membres. Chaque membre est un actionnaire et le nombre d'actions qu'ils détiennent est généralement basé sur le montant de capital de leur contribution. Et le principal contributeur, c'est les États-Unis. Et il faut mentionner que les États-Unis seuls ils ont un droit de veto. Donc, les États-Unis, alone, ils peuvent bloquer toute décision pour modifier la structure et les modes au sein de cette institution. Et c'est important de mentionner ce point aussi. Next slide. Voilà, comme vous voyez, le pouvoir de vote au sein de la Banque mondiale. On a United States avec 15%, à peu près 16% of voting power. Après, il y a le Japon avec 7,89%. China avec 4,37, Germany, la France, United Kingdom. Donc, si vous voyez, c'est vraiment les plus grandes économies au monde qui influencent la décision de ces institutions-là. Next slide. Pour les FIMI, c'est à peu près la même chose. Donc, le quota des FIMI, ça diffère un petit peu, mais la logique, c'est un petit peu la même chose. Il faut dire que aussi un élément de différence que j'ai pas mentionné, que le président de la Banque mondiale, c'est plutôt les États-Unis qui le choisit, et le président ou bien secrétariat pour le FMI, c'est plutôt les pays européens. Donc, ils ont un petit peu divisé ces décisions entre eux. Donc, pour les contributions, les quotes à part déterminent le montant maximal des ressources financières qu'un membre est tenu de verser au FMI. Donc, voilà, je l'ai dit déjà. Donc, le plus tu mets de l'argent, le plus tu as une voix et votre voix est écoutée. Pouvoir de vote, les quotes à part déterminent les droits de vote au sein du FMI. Une voix par tranche de 100 000 DTS de quote-part plus les voix de base. Pour les DTS, peut-être on va en parler après parce que c'est aussi un élément qu'il faut réformer et repenser lors de ces réformes et ce débat sur les réformes. Pour l'accès au financement, les quotes-part déterminent le montant maximum du financement qu'un membre peut obtenir du FMI. Donc, c'est toujours question de quotas. Donc, un pays africain qui ne contribue pas a accès à un financement limité. Or, on a besoin de plus de financement pour projets sociaux, économiques et aussi climat. Voilà, DTS, on va en parler par la suite. Pour les FMI, voici les pourcentages. Les États-Unis, à peu près 16%. Les 7 plus grands pays européens avec à peu près 21,5%. Pour l'Afrique subsaharienne, c'est à peu près 4,6%. Et regardez pour un pays comme le Kenya, et on a des amis kenyans ici. Pour le Kenya, par exemple, c'est 0,14. C'est injuste, c'est pas possible. Il faut vraiment repenser ces institutions-là. Voilà, on passe. Pour la réforme de ces institutions, les économies avancées détiennent la majorité de droits de vote pour déterminer les cas. Ça, c'est vraiment les points qu'il faut discuter en tant que société civile en participant à ces réunions. C'est important. C'est la deuxième de l'histoire que ces réunions s'organisent en Afrique. Après à peu près 50 ans. C'était à Nairobi en 73. Donc, il faut vraiment saisir cette opportunité. C'est vraiment injuste quand on voit que c'est vraiment les économies avancées qui détiennent le pouvoir et les économies à faible revenu qui sont normalement dans le besoin. Ils ont un besoin énorme au financement et accès au financement et ils n'en trouvent pas. Donc, c'est vraiment injuste et c'est des éléments à prendre en considération. Peut-être on passe, c'est clair pour les quotas. État des lieux. Ce que je veux mentionner à travers cette slide, c'est à propos de la réforme de la Banque mondiale. Il y a une Evolution Roadmap. Pourquoi c'est important? Parce que en parlant de l'élargissement du mandat de la Banque mondiale, il y a un élément important. Et on est en train de parler de l'adaptation en Afrique. Les pays africains et les pays en développement, ils ont un petit peu peur que l'élargissement de la mission de mandat de la Banque mondiale, que les projets qui vont être financés par la suite, ils s'adressent plus à l'atténuation, alors que les pays africains, ils ont plus besoin de l'adaptation que d'atténuation. Et du coup, la grande peur, c'est que on n'a pas vraiment besoin d'élargir le mandat, mais plutôt on a besoin d'élargir les capacités financières de ces institutions. C'est ça l'essentiel comme point pour les pays africains, il faut élargir les capacités actuellement. Et on va le voir par la suite combien ils financent pour le climat. Ce n'est pas suffisant par rapport aux besoins réels des pays. Donc, ce qu'on a besoin vraiment, c'est d'élargir nos capacités pour financer le climat, développement, etc. Il faut innover, penser à des techniques. Peut-être les actionnaires doivent mettre plus d'argent, etc. Mais il faut innover dans ces techniques de financement. On passe. Ouais. Maintenant, pour la place du climat dans les affaires ou bien dans les banques multilatérales du développement. Donc, on va prendre quelques chiffres. Ces chiffres ils sont pris du rapport de l'OCDE. Il est important de mentionner ça parce que les sources, c'est important. Les sources, pourquoi c'est important? Parce que on peut trouver dans d'autres rapports d'autres. Je vous cite par exemple Oxfam. Oxfam, ils ont d'autres chiffres. Ils disent que on a alloué moins d'argent que ce que l'OCDE dit, mais c'est important de le mentionner. Donc, entre 2019 et 2020, les banques multilatérales de développement, ils n'ont fourni que 40 milliards de dollars. Et gardez ça en esprit parce qu'on va par la suite parler des besoins réels des pays en termes de financement pour le climat. Gardez ces 40 milliards pour faire un petit peu une comparaison et comprendre la logique. Le financement climatique a augmenté de 24%. Ça, pour un petit peu garder de l'espoir et être un petit peu positif. C'est quand même le financement climatique, il augmente d'une année à une autre, mais il reste toujours pas suffisant. Mais c'est quand même des points positifs qu'il faut garder. Et on espère que les institutions continuent dans cette voie croissante. Donc, en 2021, c'était 51 milliards de dollars. Donc, vous voyez qu'il y a un petit peu, un petit peu 11 points d'augmentation. Entre adaptation et atténuation, comme j'ai déjà dit, 65% c'est pour l'atténuation et 35% pour l'adaptation. C'est toujours le rapport de l'OCDE, parce qu'il y a d'autres qui disent d'autres chiffres. Donc, dans la réforme en tant que société civile, peut-être, on doit vraiment mentionner pourquoi l'adaptation est ce dont on a besoin le plus pour augmenter. Parce que peut-être pour ceux qui financent, l'atténuation est beaucoup plus bénéfique pour eux. Mais voilà, l'adaptation, si on veut penser vraiment à la planète, à l'avenir, futures générations, etc., on a besoin de plus d'adaptation. Il faut faire l'égalité entre les deux, mais pas à peu près 65 pour l'atténuation et laisser l'adaptation. Voilà, vous vous rappelez du 40-50 milliards. Là, c'est les besoins réels des pays en Afrique. Pour l'Afrique, l'Afrique a besoin de 200 milliards de dollars par an pour répondre à ses besoins urgents d'atténuation et d'adaptation. Ça, c'est des chiffres de l'IPCC, le GIEC. Donc, à peu près 200 milliards de dollars par an. Donc, on rappelle que entre 2019 et 2020, ils ont alloué 40 milliards. Ce que je veux dire par là, c'est que le financement pour le climat, il ne peut pas juste venir de ces institutions. Donc, parce qu'il y a d'autres mécanismes pour le financement climatique. Malheureusement, on ne va pas les citer, mais c'est important de le dire. Les banques ne peuvent pas tout financer, mais ils peuvent quand même augmenter leur part et on va voir par la suite. Entre 2020 et 2030, pour réaliser les objectifs des indices, les pays africains, ils ont besoin de 2800 milliards de dollars. C'est toujours le rapport de l'IPCC. Cependant, il faut parler un petit peu de la dette, mais plutôt, c'est un point à discuter après. On va voir des slides sur les prêts et les instruments de financement. Mais quand même, la dette en Afrique, je pense qu'il y a des collègues qui ont déjà mentionné, ils ont déjà parlé de ce point-là, donc on peut passer. Ce slide, vraiment, il résume un petit peu les éléments de la finance climat dans le monde. Si on regarde ici la part de l'adaptation, de l'atténuation, on voit l'adaptation, c'est un petit peu juste un pourcentage minime. Si on voit ici les sources de financement, il il y a les gouvernements, pardon, je ne sais pas si lisible pour vous, mais je peux partager par la suite la présentation. Je mentionne aussi la source Climate Policy Initiative 2022. Donc, il y a différentes sources. Ce qui nous intéresse, nous, c'est vraiment les sources multilatérales, les banques multilatérales du développement. Mais quand même, c'est important de dire qu'il y a différentes sources. Il y a le secteur privé qui contribue, il y a les fonds pour le climat, les fonds multilatéraux, il y a les aides bilatéraux, etc. Donc, il y a vraiment des sources, mais aussi il y a des éléments importants qui nous intéressent ici. En parlant des subventions, la part des subventions, elle est très minime. Mais si on voit d'autres, peut-être on va voir par la suite dans d'autres slides, la part des prêts, etc. Voilà, les modes. Ça, c'est le financement, c'est toujours l'OCDE, OECD, Climate Finance. Donc, il y a un échec, bien sûr, vous connaissez, 100 billion $, c'était un échec des pays riches. Donc, ils n'ont pas pu honorer leur engagement de fournir 100 milliards de dollars par 2020. Ils ont seulement mobilisé 83. C'est l'OCDE. Oxfam dit autre chose, mais l'OCDE dit 83,38 milliards de dollars. Donc, il y a à peu près un déficit de 16,7 milliards de dollars. Qui sont les pays qui fournissent le plus? On a le Japon, le Germany, France, UK, US, Sweden, Netherlands, Canada, Norway and Korea. Donc, vous voyez, des pays comme le Japon, la Germanie, c'est vraiment les pays qui financent le plus. Et on voit la part des États-Unis, le pays qui a les quotas les plus importants des banques. Il paye une part, slide suivant, une part un petit peu faible. Donc ici, qui ne paye pas sa juste part? Ça, c'est les États-Unis. Ils payent seulement 21% de ce qu'ils doivent normalement payer. Donc, c'est énorme comme chiffre. L'Australie, 34%, Spain, 46%, Canada. Donc, vous voyez les pays vraiment qui ont causé le dérèglement climatique, le réchauffement climatique, loss and damage, and a lot of other things. Ils ne payent pas vraiment leur juste part. Je dis que c'est vraiment, je mets toujours la source. Si je prends quelque chose il faut toujours mentionner la source. Qui sont les pays bénéficiaires? Voilà, on a l'Inde, Bangladesh, on a les Philippines, Indonésie, Turquie, Kenya, Éthiopie, Morocco, Pakistan, Colombia. La logique peut-être ici, c'est parce que les pays de l'Asie, ils connaissent beaucoup des catastrophes naturelles. Mais bon, on a quelques pays africains ici, Kenya, Éthiopie et Morocco. Mais bien sûr, avec des parts, je vois encore beaucoup plus minimes. Les instruments, je pense qu'il y a des collègues qui ont déjà parlé de ce point. Pas la peine de rester sur ce point parce qu'on a une limite de temps. Mais quand même, il faut le mentionner pour voir la part des subventions et la part des prêts. Pourquoi c'est important ces éléments? Parce qu'il y a un problème de la dette en Afrique. Ici, on continue à financer le climat à travers les prêts et qui sont majoritairement des prêts non concessionnels. On va aggraver davantage la dette publique dans les pays africains. Et on a besoin de cet argent. On a vu la dernière fois dans un autre atelier qu'il y a certains pays africains qui payent plus pour le service de la dette que pour l'éducation et la santé. Et c'est le cas du Maroc, par exemple, on paye plus pour le service de la dette que pour la santé. Or, on a besoin de renforcer notre système de santé. On a vécu tous ensemble la pandémie, etc. Donc, la santé, c'est essentiel. Avec le séisme aussi, c'est des secteurs cruciaux. Il faut vraiment les renforcer. Donc, nous, en tant que société civile, on doit appeler à plus de subventions. Ce n'est pas nous qui ont causé le climat et le dérèglement climatique. Il faut que les pays, comme les États-Unis et d'autres pays qui ont causé vraiment le dérèglement, they have to pay. Ils doivent vraiment mettre de l'argent sur la table et plus d'argent et pas des dettes pour l'Afrique, mais plutôt des subventions ou au moins pour les banques, par exemple, de donner des prêts, mais à des prêts concessionnels avec des conditions favorables pour les pays africains. On passe. Voilà, je l'ai dit déjà, donc la part des prêts concessionnels, c'est toujours importante, que ce soit pour le Climate Fund, que ce soit pour les MDBs. Donc, on a toujours regardé pour les MDBs. Pour les banques multilatérales de développement, 75%, ce sont des prêts non concessionnels. Eh bien, voilà, c'est clair, on passe. Maintenant, pour finir, il y a quelques éléments ici que j'ai mentionnés pour justement, pour la société civile, des éléments sur lesquels on doit focaliser nos efforts en parlant avec ces institutions, avec parce que vraiment les assemblées, c'est très important, c'est vraiment très important. Il y a à peu près 189 pays, avec tout pays avec un comité qui va venir, des banques centraux, des gouverneurs, des ministres de finances. Donc, c'est vraiment les gens qui décident. Donc, il faut faire la pression. Si on veut une place sur la table de décision, si on veut vraiment faire une pression sur les décisions, c'est une opportunité. Et quelques éléments importants à mentionner ici, c'est que ces institutions-là, elles continuent au jour d'aujourd'hui, malgré le dérèglement climatique, malgré qu'on est loin de rester sur 1,5% de degrés Celsius, ces institutions continuent à financer des investissements qui ayant un effet négatif sur le climat et l'environnement. Donc, il faut vraiment mettre fin à ça si on veut protéger notre planète, si on veut vraiment protéger l'environnement et garder pour les générations futures et à venir de quoi se nourrir et de quoi vivre. Il y a aussi l'annulation de la dette, un élément important. Il y a des pays africains qui ont des dettes beaucoup plus importantes. Je mentionne le cas du Maroc, on est à peu près 80, mais il y a des pays africains qui ont dépassé les 90. Je me rappelle, FMI, ils ont dit il ne faut pas que les pays dépassent 60% de dette publique par rapport à leur GDP, PIB. Mais aujourd'hui, on est à 80, on est à 90. Pour le financement, on a besoin de plus de subventions, je l'ai déjà mentionné, des prêts concessionnels, non pas non concessionnels. Il faut vraiment trouver des solutions, comment augmenter les capacités financières de ces institutions. Et aussi la question de gouvernance. On a besoin d'une voix africaine. Il faut vraiment avoir une place dans ces tables de discussion. C'est pas possible que une part très minime de gens qui décident les politiques des autres. Et voilà, je pense que c'est bon pour ma présentation. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Saïd. Vraiment, c'était une présentation très intéressante et c'était une présentation très riche et qui a englobé beaucoup d'axes. Donc, c'est une présentation vraiment qui montre la différence entre la vision entre les pays émetteurs de gaz à effet de serre et la vision des pays qui ont besoin de l'adaptation au changement climatique. Et on voit également une injustice pour les pays qui ont bénéficié des fonds pour l'adaptation au changement climatique. Et on voit également que les pays qui sont responsables vraiment des émissions de gaz à effet de serre ne contribuent pas et comment les banques mondiales ont une vision en vue pour l'adaptation. Donc, Widad n'est pas avec nous, donc on va inviter quelques collègues qui font vraiment de l'adaptation sur le terrain et le font localement. Donc, on va inviter donc les collègues qui travaillent sur le secteur de l'agriculture pour nous faire un mot sur l'adaptation au changement climatique qui se fait soit au niveau de l'Afrique du Nord ou bien au niveau localement au niveau du Maroc. Donc, on appelle dans un premier temps Rim Ferchichi de la Tunisie, qui est secrétaire général de l'agriculture au nord de l'Afrique.
Merci, monsieur le modérateur. Rebonjour. Alors, je vais parler d'une manière spécifique sur l'agriculture et l'impact indésirable des changements climatiques qui ont eu un impact vraiment très défavorable sur les petits agriculteurs, sur la région de l'Afrique du Nord, donc du Soudan en Mauritanie. Je parle des 7 pays de l'Afrique du Nord. Après, monsieur Belfadla, le représentant de l'Union marocaine des agriculteurs, va parler sur l'expérience du Maroc. Mais moi, je vois au niveau de l'Afrique du Nord, l'expérience du Maroc est vraiment bien avancée sur les solutions que sont vraiment mis en place. Alors, bon, la variation imprévisible des températures, la sécheresse, l'augmentation des maladies, les cultures ont perturbé les cycles agricoles. Donc, le rendement des cultures ont été réduits, mettant en péril la sécurité alimentaire. Si on parle de petits agriculteurs, c'est automatiquement on réfléchit sur notre sécurité alimentaire pour la durabilité des produits agricoles. Donc, c'est très important que bon, les petits agriculteurs sont malheureusement dépourvus des ressources financières et de la technologie. Et ils ont du mal à s'adapter rapidement à ces nouvelles réalités, ce qui les expose à des risques économiques considérables. Alors aujourd'hui, c'est une occasion et je me permets de solliciter le soutien financier des bailleurs de fonds. Alors, pour aider nos petits agriculteurs, pour la durabilité de l'agriculture, bon, les petits agriculteurs sont un maillon essentiel de notre communauté. Donc, moi, j'ai assisté l'année dernière à Sharm el-Sheikh à la COP 27 et j'ai vu qu'il y a des fonds très énormes, des fonds climat, donc pour tous les pays. Malheureusement, je vois que ces fonds sont destinés directement au gouvernement. Bon, nous, en tant que société civile, comme des paysannes, des producteurs, on représente les organisations paysannes, vraiment, on sollicite, on n'a pas de problème, on travaille nous, avec les gouvernements, donc nous sommes complémentaires. Mais je sollicite les bailleurs de fonds et peut-être c'est une occasion aujourd'hui d'être parmi vous. Peut-être la voix peut-être va être directement puisque nous avons des représentants de la Banque mondiale, FMI, et peut-être pourquoi pas à travers vous des autres bailleurs de fonds qui renforcent, qui peuvent accompagner nos agriculteurs pour dépasser ou bien pour trouver des solutions sur ces impacts qui sont indésirables sur la production agricole. Donc, je pense que pour les les solutions, bon, au niveau de la Tunisie, franchement, et pour l'Algérie, aussi pour la Mauritanie, nous sommes en train de chercher les solutions au niveau agricole. Donc, malheureusement, moi, je parle avec mes collègues du Maroc. Il y a les tahlit miyah al-bahr. Alors, voilà, donc c'est très important. Oui, il faut beaucoup d'argent pour faire ça. Il faut beaucoup de moyens pour faire ça. Et en plus, il y a tout ce qui est comment on peut trouver des autres solutions surtout pour la sécheresse. Hein. C'est la première chose qui est très en urgence. Voilà. Donc, je vous remercie et peut-être je laisse la parole à Monsieur Driss pour parler de l'expérience de l'Afrique, du Maroc plutôt.
Merci. Donc, merci, cher collègue Rim, qui a soulevé vraiment une chose très importante, c'est l'agriculture traditionnelle et l'agriculture solidaire. C'est vraiment la sécurité alimentaire pour les pays africains et pour nous aussi. Donc, les agriculteurs sont à destination généralement pour l'export. Donc, sans tarder, donc, le Maroc a également fait des efforts pour l'adaptation au changement climatique, donc dans le secteur de l'agriculture. Donc, j'appelle Sidris Fadela, donc Fadla, donc de l'Union marocaine des agriculteurs, également président de l'association des multiplicateurs des semences. Et c'est vraiment des semences et de la sécurité alimentaire.
Merci, cher ami. Je suis ravi d'être entre vous. Vous m'excusez un petit peu pour mon français, hein, c'est... Je suis entre des experts du changement climatique. On a beaucoup de terres, comme il a dit M. Xi, ici en Afrique, mais le problème, c'est qui s'ajoute au changement climatique, c'est le Covid-19, il ne faut pas oublier, et la guerre de l'Ukraine. Le coût de revient de la production des produits agricoles s'est multiplié 3 fois, 4 fois parfois. On parle des produits phytosanitaires, du gasoil, des engrais. Ça fait quoi? Ça fait la diminution de la production et l'augmentation des prix chez le consommateur. Tous les produits, les intrants arrivent de l'Occident. Et l'Occident, les prix sont multipliés 3 4 fois. C'est qui est le gagnant? C'est l'Occident. Nous, on ne sait pas vrai, mais les autres, il faut faire attention à ça. Parce que ce n'est pas seulement le changement climatique, mais le changement climatique, il a des conséquences sur nous, alors que d'autres pays qui commencent à s'enrichir. Pour les expériences qu'on a fait ici au Maroc, il a parlé tout à l'heure Madame Rim, c'est le dessalement. Le Maroc a commencé maintenant à faire des installations sur tout la bord, soit vers la Méditerranée, soit sur l'océan Atlantique. Le gouvernement aussi, il a commencé à donner des subventions, c'est surtout pour les semences. Je parle des céréales, je parle des semences de tomates, même pour l'achat des produits, des animaux pour la viande, pour le lait. Le Maroc a déjà commencé à entrer dans ce cas. On peut... Ce qu'il faut faire attention, c'est pour les changements climatiques, seulement pas nous. C'est les autres aussi qui commencent à se gonfler. Hein. Il faut faire attention à ça. Et merci.
Donc, merci Cédric. Donc, Cédric, il a soulevé un problème très important. C'est pour l'adaptation, il faut avoir le transfert de technologie. Donc, on ne peut pas concurrencer les pays développés avec vraiment du matériel qui est dépassé et qu'on reçoit en occasion. Donc, également, il a parlé de la mobilisation des ressources hydriques. Donc, c'est très important pour l'agriculture. Donc, sans ressources hydriques, et comme je viens de le dire, que l'agriculture irriguée, vraiment, il devient de plus en plus sensible au changement climatique et plus que l'agriculture bourre. Donc, c'était un projet qui a été financé pour le Maroc, c'est un projet d'organoculture, donc c'est un projet très intéressant et qui a intéressé vraiment un espace propice pour l'agriculture au sud du Maroc. Donc c'est un projet financé par le Fonds vert pour le climat. Donc sans trop tarder, j'appelle Bougtaï Rachid, membre de l'Union marocaine des agriculteurs, également membre de l'association des multiplicateurs des semences. C'est Rachid, à vous la parole.
شكرا ميرسي بورتو. انا غادي نهضر بالعربيه كلغه ديال الفلاحه المحضر الفلاحه المغرب. ففي اطار تاقلم القطاع الفلاحي بالمملكه الشريفه في مستجدات والتغييرات المناخيه والهدف ديال الدوله اللي في القطاع الفلاحي اللي كاين اهم حاجه وهي الامن الغذائي اللي خدمنا عليه في المغرب بزاف مشينا فيه بعيد وتبين ذلك بالملموس في الازمه ديال كورونا. فكنا من الدول تبارك الله اللي بقات حاضره في السوق في الامن الغذائي وخاصه اللي كتنتج محلي فيها. فمن بين الاجراءات اللي اتخذت وهو انه كانت عده نقاط دخلت فيها الوزاره والمهنيين، من ضمنها الاقتصاد في الماء. الاقتصاد في الماء كان من بلا شجعت السقي بالتنقيط اللي خلقت فيه الدوله واحد اعانات كثيره وشجعته وعطى الاكل ديالو في الاقتصاد في الماء، كما انه كان خلق ديال واحد سلاسل الانتاج. السلاسل الانتاج اللي كتكون بحال سبيسياليست ديال اي سلسله انتاج، وكان سلاسل الانتاج كلهم داروا لهم سميتو عليه المكاتب الوطنيه ديالهم، الاقليميه الوطنيه ديالهم، وكان وعطاو الاكل تاعهم في تطوير الانتاج ديالهم وفي توفير النوع ديال دوك السلسله اللي كيخدموا على حبوب لا قطاني لا خضروات، وكلهم كانوا في اول ما كينطلقوا في الاجتماعات ديالهم وفي تطوير الانتاج ديالهم كلهم كيراعوا التغييرات المناخيه اللي كلهم كانوا كيقلبوا على حلول. كما انه الدوله خلقت مؤسسات لا دستوريه ولا حكوميه، من ضمنها الغرف الفلاحيه، كذلك مكتب الاستشاره الفلاحي اللي عطى واحد الدور كثير، وكذلك ما نساوش العمل الكبير اللي كيقوم فيه المعهد الوطني للبحث الزراعي، خاصه في سلسله انتاج الحبوب اللي خلق واحد الاصناف اللي مقاومه للجفاف. فكذلك التوجه ديال السلسله التليه كذلك اللي كان فيه تثمين ديال الماء ولو على قلته، والماء عطاو الاكل ديالهم، وكذلك التشجير اللي مشينا فيه بعيد تو. هذا هو الدور ديالي في اطار هذا التدخل ديالي والنقاط اللي كانت مضيئه في هذا المسار ديال الاقتصاد والتغييرات المناخيه. نقول شكرا.
Ok. Donc, je vais faire une petite traduction de ce qui a été dit par C. Rachid. Donc, il a été traduit. Donc, cette première session touche à sa fin. Ok. Donc, je rappelle que nous, les Africains, on a de grandes potentialités, mais on a de grandes faiblesses également. Donc, on doit être indépendant des pays développés, donc pour se développer. Donc, leurs aides ne les aident pas à se développer, donc il faut toujours le faire. Donc, à chaque fois, donc, on est dans des réunions, sont financés par eux, donc ils imposent leur politique. Donc, il faut toujours garder de rappeler les pays développer leurs responsabilités historiques et actuelles du changement climatique. Et on doit toujours garder la propriété pour nous, c'est toujours l'adaptation au changement climatique. Donc, s'il y a des collègues d'autres pays qui ont des expériences pour l'adaptation au changement climatique, soit en agriculture, soit en d'autres secteurs, à savoir l'eau, donc qu'ils interviennent ou bien on donne la parole à la salle pour la discussion. Les autres pays, s'il y a des expériences qui vont être partagées avec la salle.
Thank you. So it's actually a question that I would like to ask, if it's okay. I can ask a question? Yeah. So yes, thank you for sharing those experiences from Morocco. From our work in the rest of the continent, I think one of the main challenges for the agriculture sector is the almost complete absence of weather and climate information, particularly for the agriculture sector. One of the biggest challenges, most urgent challenges facing farmers is decision-making in the absence of weather and climate information. So I would like to know from your experiences in Morocco, what types of investments you have made in generating water, weather, climate information, in packaging it, and in making it available to farmer user communities. Because what I seem to understand is that farmers here actually make their decisions based on weather and climate information. So if you can share your experiences with us, I think. Thank you.
Alors, si vous me permettez, je ne vais pas répondre, mais réagir à la question de James. Merci James pour cette question. Alors, peut-être les amis de l'agriculture au niveau du Maroc savent mieux que moi que déjà au niveau de stratégie nationale à haut niveau, le Maroc déjà, il s'est ouvert vers l'Afrique, il commence à faire d'initiatives. Je rappelle qu'il y a l'initiative de AAA, Adaptation, Agriculture, Afrique, qui maintenant commence à renforcer certains pays. Mais votre question, elle est fondamentale parce que, oui, c'est vrai, à haut niveau, il y a cette ouverture, il y a ce partage d'expérience. Mais ce qu'il faut, ce que votre question, c'est comment, et là, on est en présence des spécialistes, comment au niveau des agriculteurs marocains s'ouvrir sur les agriculteurs des autres pays, notamment le Nord-Afrique, notamment l'Afrique, le Sahel. Ça, c'est vraiment le travail peut-être de la société civile et peut-être le PACJA. J'ai assisté beaucoup avec certains ateliers où ils intègrent même les agriculteurs dans les ateliers. Et ça, c'est une très bonne chose. Peut-être dans le futur, avec au niveau du Maroc, peut-être les agriculteurs travaillent avec la société civile, peut-être c'est ça qu'il faut pour effectivement faire ce partage et essayer aussi de décimer certaines bonnes pratiques, parce que parfois il y a des bonnes pratiques, même au niveau du Maroc, il y a certaines bonnes pratiques dans d'autres régions on ne trouve pas ces bonnes pratiques. Comment vraiment faire ce qu'on appelle l'éducation par les pairs, agriculture. Et je pense que c'est la meilleure façon. Parce que ce qui paye maintenant cher pour tout ce qui est changement climatique, ce sont les petits agriculteurs. Et parfois, par manque d'information, et je suis d'accord avec vous, par manque d'information, et je sais qu'il y a certains agriculteurs qui répètent les mêmes erreurs. Cette année, il n'a pas plu, il a perdu énormément de choses, mais l'année prochaine, il répète la même erreur. Mais si on ne fait pas l'éducation par les pairs, parce que certains agriculteurs, ils ont compris, ils ont commencé à un peu changer les semences, changer même le mode de l'agriculture. Donc peut-être c'est une question qui s'adresse surtout à vous, M. Driss, et aux autres, si vous voulez, spécialistes d'agriculture.
Il répond, il répond, and
That's fine.
لا كان ممكن نجاوبك بالعربيه. لا هاد حنا كنعملوا هادشي، كنعملوا دي جورني، كنعملوا دي زاتوليي، كنعملوا هنا في المغرب سيرتو او نيفو دو لاسوسياسيون اللي كنطرأتها لاسوسياسيون ناسيونال دي ميتيبليكاتور دو سومونس. كنعملوا هادشي في تقريبا في جميع المناطق ديال المغرب. غير اللي كاين كما قلتي انت سيد الاستاذ، وهي بالنسبه لقلتي العام الاخر كيدير لي ميم ايغور. ما عرفتيش علاش، لانه حنا بالنسبه لنا الفلاحه ماشي مهنه، سي اون باسيون. حنا خاص كنديروا الفلاحه ماشي مهنه، يعني كنكون مهنه ولا شي حاجه، ولكن هنا واخا يعني كيجي الوقت ديال الزريع خاصك تزرع. يمكن تجي الشتاء يمكن ما تجيش الشتاء، لحقاش حنا جميع الفلاحه هنا في المغرب يعني ديما كاين فيهم ديك التفاؤل. هذا هو اللي كاين في سميتو عليه او نيفو انترناسيونال. راه حنا كنديروا مع سميتو عليه مع نو سوم دي مومبر لا بافو بان افريكان اورغانيزيشن. في مواد مارس غادي يكون الافاو، غيديروا شي اجتماع دو سوسيتي سيفيل بيزان غيدار في المغرب، وغادي ان شاء الله حنا نستدعيو جميع الدول ديال الافارقه باش يحضروا معنا، باش يمكن نتبادلوا الخبرات. يعني هذا الشيء حنا خدامين فيه وغاديين فيه. هذا هو اللي بغيت نقول سيد.
Excusez-moi, يعني تعقيب على كلام سيدري, c'est peut-être après la traduction pour nos amis. Ok, ben, très bien. L'Ittihad, l'UMA et l'Union marocaine des agriculteurs, ils sont membres à l'UMNAGRI, qui est l'Union maghrébine et nord-africaine des agriculteurs. Également, l'UMNAGRI, c'est membre fondateur de l'APAFO, c'est l'organisation africaine des agriculteurs qui regroupe 5 réseaux des 5 régions de l'Afrique. Donc, nous, au niveau de l'APAFO, puisque nous sommes des membres fondateurs, nous sommes en train de travailler avec, par exemple, l'OMA, c'est l'Organisation mondiale des agriculteurs, sur le thème de Climakers. C'est un projet des changements climatiques et on a essayé de regrouper quelques représentants de chaque réseau pour échanger, pour faire des workshops. Et actuellement, nous avons l'opportunité de faire des formations en ligne, puisqu'après le Covid, les réunions à distance déjà sur notre les habitudes, donc de nos habitudes, ou bien en présentiel ou bien en ligne. Donc, on essaie de notre part et nous sommes ouverts sur l'Afrique, puisque nous travaillons déjà, nous sommes en train de travailler avec nos membres homologues. Par exemple, moi, je suis invitée par mon collègue qui est de la région de l'Afrique de l'Est. Et donc, c'est lui qui m'a envoyé l'invitation pour assister sur ces 2 jours. Donc, je n'avais pas vraiment l'opportunité d'assister avec vous. Donc, voilà, il y a les échanges, il y a le transfert d'expérience. On travaille aussi avec l'IFAD, avec Agricorp, avec tous ces bailleurs de fonds, ou bien on dit les fonds internationaux. Donc, on essaie, nous sommes en train de faire nos mieux pour améliorer le secteur agricole, mais ça reste beaucoup de choses à faire, franchement. Merci.
باش نزيد واحد 2 سكوند كنتيجه هذا الشيء اللي سالتوا فيه كاينه تعاونيه ديال واحد 120 فلاح فيهم دي جون فيهم دي فام صغار فلاحين وخدمنا معاهم كاتحاد مغربي للفلاحه مع ليمناغري مع الفيدا ودابا هادو التعاونيه ديال الانتاج الحليب وهذا الانتاج الحليب اللي يعني راه كنا مشينا هاد اليومين مشينا شفنا اشنا فين وصلنا لقينا لو طوق ديال الدهون في الحليب تزاد تقريبا بواحد 15% ولا 16%، يعني تحسن كبير. والتحسن المهم هنا هو كان كيبيعوا الحليب 3 دراهم و60 دابا كيبيعوه 4 دراهم و50، يعني ديجا 1 درهم دو بلوس. هادو صغار فلاحين، هادو الناس اللي كيديروا 5 يترو في النهار 6 يترو، عنده بقره ولا جوج ما عندوش كثر.
On prend une question, donc rapidement.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I wanted not just the session that we just had, but just to reflect on what Charles and James were saying. And then I have a couple of questions. Charles, what you were saying about focusing on grants and MDBs no longer being the custodians of such funds is encouraging, especially focusing on grants that is pushing our countries to climate date. So it will really be interesting to look at the declaration coming out of this meeting. James, what you were saying following what happened in New York 2 weeks ago, I don't know if you said 50% or 15%. So yeah, that's, I mean, that's too low. I didn't expect that, yeah, but as long as we are depending on this charity model where only the big boys with money are deciding for us how much is going, where it is going, regardless whether it is a national priority or not. That is on development. But when it comes to common goods like climate change, where you don't even see any additionality, fresh money coming in, that is even alarming. So it will be interesting how an international body like the UNECA is going to propose what will work for us, especially for Africa. Lest we are going to continue doing the same thing, designing another 15 years universal objectives and goals and agenda, and just doing the same thing again with another 15 years vision. So that will be interesting for me to understand. And finally, I just wanted to ask the young man who is a little busy now, if you could just draw his attention. Yes, I just, no worries, don't worry. I just wanted to understand when you were presenting the climate finance graphs, UK appeared to be the highest climate financer. If you could just tell us whether you were considering only grants and not loans, whether concessional or not. Thank you.
James, you respond ou after break? Parce que nous avons une contrainte du temps. Il va vous répondre, Saïd, après le break. Il va vous répondre. Peut-être notre ami aussi après le break, parce que je vous invite à une photo de groupe pour l'ensemble comme ça. Donc, une photo de groupe et après, on prend une pause break et on revient pour continuer. C'est ça?
No, 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 no.
Charles. This is good? Translation is good? La traduction, c'est bon? Belinda, is okay? Donc, il y avait deux petites questions. Une question, oui, Saïd, Scoutni. Donc, tu n'as pas de chance parce qu'il n'y avait pas le... Et aussi, la question à James. You have two questions for Saïd and for James, but you don't have a chance. ni سعيد ni هذا ما كاينش. جيمس كيقول كيعطي Donc, avant d'aller directement dans le deuxième panel, oui, Saïd. Il y avait une question pour toi, Saïd. Est-ce que tu as bien retenu la question ou est-ce que bien retenu? Donc, à toi de répondre rapidement parce qu'on ne va pas quand même aller perdre beaucoup de temps, rapidement.
Donc, la question a été sur les contributions des pays et sur l'United Kingdom. Mais ce n'est pas l'United Kingdom qui donne le plus de financement. Comme on a vu sur le graphique, c'était Japan, Germany, France, and then United Kingdom. En tant qu'Africain d'un pays en développement, on ne veut pas que tous les financements qui viennent de ces institutions soient des subventions, etc. C'est vrai que c'est une banque et la logique des banques et des institutions bancaires, c'est le gain et c'est les taux d'intérêt. Et on comprend bien que they want to gain with this loans. But what we want is really loans with concessional conditions so that they don't worsen the debt situation more and more. That's what we want. We are not saying that we want only grants, but when it comes to loans, we want them to be more concessional and not non-concessional ones. I hope it's good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Martha, for that question. The question was, given the limited progress on the Sustainable Development Goals, how can global institutions like the UN contribute towards ensuring that we achieve the SDGs? I think that, as I said in my talk, we are contributing towards the elaboration of innovative solutions to support, particularly financing climate action. But the UN also has what the Secretary General calls the SDG Acceleration Program, whose objective is to accelerate activities and initiatives and programs that are contributing towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. But we've heard that there are many challenges to development, such as, for instance, the impacts of the COVID pandemic, which resulted in the slowing of the global economy. You have, in addition to COVID, you also have the war in Ukraine, which is having significant impacts on global economies and so on. And so I think the UN as a member states organization can certainly continue to come up with collective solutions which bring together the different capacities of all of the members of the organization. But increasingly also, I think there is a focus on crowding in or encouraging private sector to participate, to contribute towards the achievement of the goals. And also, I think as the focus on the reform of the global financial architecture tells us, there's really a need to ensure that financing is geared towards more equitable development and that the outcomes, or rather the benefits, are more equally distributed among all countries. I think the Secretary General of the UN also recognized that although time is limited now towards the end of the 2030 agenda, there are still many opportunities to get the SDGs back on track and to ensure that if we recognize the limitations, then we certainly can act in ways that would contribute towards the achievement of the goals. Thank you.
Merci, James. J'espère que la session est finie. Donc, je donne la parole à notre chère présidente, Nejwa Bouraoui, pour une deuxième session avec Marja.
Merci beaucoup, Saïd. Donc, je crois qu'il est temps d'entamer notre deuxième session autour de cette finance d'adaptation. Comme vous savez, l'adaptation et l'Afrique et tous les pays africains ont des problèmes d'adaptation. Donc, on n'est pas des pays pollueurs. Notre émission de gaz à effet de serre, elle est très réduite, elle est inférieure à 5% pour toute l'Afrique, mais malheureusement, on est des pays très vulnérables au changement climatique, aux impacts du changement climatique, et ces impacts touchent deux grands secteurs en Afrique, c'est l'agriculture et l'eau. Donc, on a un problème de pénurie et de stress d'eau et aussi un problème d'appauvrissement et de réduction de notre agriculture, le rendement agricole de pratiquement la plupart des pays africains, surtout l'Afrique du Nord et l'Afrique du Sud, sont très impactés par les sécheresses et donc ce qui a beaucoup d'impact sur le rendement agricole de ces pays-là. Et pour cela, on a voulu entamer la question de comptabilité de la finance climat. Quelle serait l'architecture de cette finance climat en Afrique? Et pour cela, on va inviter Madame Martha Bekele de Development Initiatives pour nous donner sa vision et quelle est leur peut-être vision et leur action en fonction de cette finance climat. Comme vous savez, l'architecture financière en matière d'adaptation est très compliquée et c'est une occasion pour voir la vision de notre initiative au développement. Et j'invite Madame Martha à nous présenter sur cette question-là. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Okay. So this morning we were, good morning, everyone. My name is Martha Bekkele. I work for development initiatives. I am based in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. But the work that I'm going to present today is work that is an effort of the team at development initiatives. This morning we heard about some numbers, how much is going to climate action. This morning, I want us to interrogate those figures. I want to highlight the lack of reporting rules have obscured the true picture of climate finance provision. So this is about rules, and I will compare with the official development assistance, which we call ODA, and show you that the numbers that we are talking about may not be the numbers that are out there. If you look at Japan and ask, is Japan big on climate finance? You will look at stories like Japan remained the highest DAC donor for climate-related ODA in both absolute and relative terms. But there are so many resources that show you, unlike the US, for instance, that Japan is playing more than its fair share. So the question is it? Is it truly doing that? There was even UNDP was talking about Japan's renewed support. Therefore, in this presentation, what I want to do is I want to say that Japan is a rich source of climate finance accounting nonsense. That's what we are saying in DI, because there is no other country that has exploited the lack of rules with such zeal. So I want to present that. It is controversial, but this is something I want us to discuss this morning. How about rules? So the question is, what rules? In climate finance reporting, there are no rules. That's the biggest problem. Meaning, there is no accountability, and donors are making inflated claims about climate finance provision. And given the ambiguity of definition, it is hard to pin them down. And frustratingly, we cannot point to the rules they are breaking because so let's contrast climate financing to ODA, the Official Development Assistance. Of course, many people criticize ODA, but despite its shortcomings, there is at least a framework. There is a framework. There is a statistical reporting directive. You can look at the consolidated statistical reporting directives for 2023. I think it was out in April. For example, it says that a commitment is a firm written obligation by a government or official agency backed by the appropriation or availability of the necessary funds. So this is what I want us to look at when it comes to, this is for ODA. I want us to look at for climate finance. Okay. So with climate finance, the reporting is based more on a feeling. I feel like this is climate finance. That's it. Not because there is a rule and it has to be included there. So this is the official-ish story. They are telling us they are nearly there. Of the $100 billion, we are nearly there if you look at the official number. You can see
83 there. I don't know if you can clearly see it, but the official number is that we have now 83.3 billion by 2020. That's what they are telling us. There was even a report that says rich countries are confident that they will be meeting 100 billion by 2023. That is if you believed the official figures. Some of these commitments may not even be realized, and that's what we are going to look at shortly. So the thing is, there is a proverb in English that says, not all that shines is gold. So that's what we want to look at. We can show you that there is discrepancy, there is difference between commitment and disbursements. For example, if you look at Japan's 2017 report of concessional loans of 6.1 billion against 4 years later, where only 1.3 billion has been disbursed. That is slightly less than a quarter. What else? Commitments for climate finance figures submitted to the UNFCCC are not even counted as a commitment in aid data. So you have to ask, if they are reporting at the UNFCCC, why is it not reported in the official DAC data? It's because of the stringent rules in DAC, and they cannot get away with it. So they will provide to the UNFCCC, and we start tracking that, and we start tapping shoulders and saying congratulations. If you look at Germany's loan to Indonesia of 285 million for a geothermal project in 2018, this is not yet in the aid data because it's still in preparation. But 4 years on, there is still no sign of that project in aid data. If it is too early to report in DAC, then why report it in the UNFCCC database? And more galling is some projects that have been included in climate finance have been cancelled. And yet we still continue counting them. So this is what I want to present this morning. All these 4 facts, I want to elaborate quickly. So official numbers don't bear scrutiny. Official numbers mix up commitments with disbursements. But what we care about is disbursements. Yes, you've promised, but have you released? Official numbers are based on real markers, which are inconsistently applied, and they lack nuances. They don't acknowledge different value of different instruments of recipients. Loans and grants and equity are counted. And finally, we count the whole value projects as climate finance with only small climate elements. So I'm going to break down all this quickly. Now let's start with mixing up commitments with more commitments. I mean, meeting commitments with more commitments. This figure is for Japan. And as I said, in Japan committed 6.1 billion in 2017. By 2021, they had disbursed 1.4 billion. So what this shows you is if Japan is going to continue that trajectory of disbursing its loans, its commitment, which is 6.1%, then you will fully realize it by 2035. That's what we are saying. At that rate, 2 decades until finance is actually provided. So what we have on the plate is promises, not resources. The other issue, as I said, is reporting when not ready. So it's not just Japan, it's a broad problem. Some commitments are not ready enough for ODA, but reported as climate. And as I showed you earlier, in the directives for statistical reporting, it has to be backed by, you need to have firm obligation backed by the availability of necessary funds. That's not what is happening. Some commitments eventually get cancelled. So if you look at the dark real marker ODA and compare it to the World Bank, for instance, you will see that what is not scrutinized is going up. So that is about commitments and disbursements, but also commitments with a promise of more commitments. Let's look at the real markers and how they are inconsistently applied. So in the real marker, those of you who are working on climate finance, you know, there are those projects that have no relevance to climate action. There are projects that are specifically designed to meet climate objectives, which we call principal. And there are those projects that have a climate element in them, but they would have been implemented without that objective. So we call it significant, and that's how we put the markers. So the question we are trying to answer as analysts, as climate analysts, is to what extent has this project been assessed for its impact on the climate? Which is completely different, and we should have asked, is this climate finance? Yes or no? That's how we should have done it. So there is no consistency, but it's still hard to know what would be consistent because we don't know. We are in the dark. We don't have rules. We don't have a framework. Some countries use more nuances, but comparability is still difficult. So let's see how countries play with numbers without additionality. And we can look at the case of Japan. So in 2020, Japan changed its reporting practices, and it started counting only 50% of significant marked projects. So our expectation is in the database, surely we are going to see big drop in Japan's climate finance reporting because that's natural. You've changed and you have radically reduced what you're reporting. But we found no fall in value of climate finance from ODA loans. In fact, they increased. So it looks like to us that Japan is playing with numbers and managing its image. In fact, what we found is that halfway through, some projects are even labeled as climate action. So here, as I said, a relabeling of projects. This is one project. It's called the Mass Transit System Project in Bangkok. And look here, in 2010, this particular project, it had no mitigation objective in 2010. Look how it started being labeled principal mitigation objective, having principal mitigation objective. None here started appearing. By 2018, you can see it's a climate project. Yeah. So inconsistent and easily gamed is what we're saying. Okay. The other thing, what they do out there is that differences are not acknowledged. And that's why I was asking earlier, if you counted, is it grants, is it concessional loans? Because there is fundamental difference between loans and grants. And we have to recognize, you know, that yes, we focus on interest rates, and they say that Africa doesn't have too much debt compared to its GDP. If you compare it to Japan, for instance, or other countries, it doesn't have. It's just that what we have is commercial rates, interest rates. That's the problem. And there is a huge problem with the credit rating agencies. They don't have their staff here. They are not giving us good ratings. So we, you know, find ourselves in debt. But we should always remember that we need to prefer grants. And that's why I was pleased when you, in your opening remarks, Charles, you were talking about we need to have grants because whether concessional or not, they have to be repaid. That's what we need to remember. Okay, so with the Japan and the US, which instrument are we considering? For the UK, for instance, in your example, percent of grants in UK climate finance is 83%. Compare that to the percent that Japan has, and that is 5%. So we need to always differentiate which instrument are we talking about. Are we talking about loans or grants? Finally, this is the final point we want to highlight. Counting whole value of projects as climate finance with only small climate element. Overcounting climate finance is what you have. So let's look at two examples, coal plants and chocolate factories. Japan had a project, Monetory coal project in Bangladesh, which was since cancelled. But this was counted as climate action. Italy is funding chocolate shop expansion across Asia. This is counted as climate action. So our analysts at DI reached out to Japan and they reached out to Italy. And these are the responses we were given. Japan said, we are not responsible for leveling climate finance. That is foreign affairs. Italian officials declined to elaborate on why the chocolate shop counted as climate finance. We also noted that more than 1/5 of Japan's climate finance loans are spent on roads, were spent on roads in 2020. So we found this controversial. While of course, roads can facilitate evacuation of people during disaster, for instance, but they also contribute to carbon emission. So how are you separating and where is the incremental contribution? That is the point. Where is the incremental contribution? And why don't you look at the incremental contribution instead of the whole project as climate finance? We also found that accounting problems are not limited to these silly examples that we found. For instance, there is this project in Ethiopia, the World Bank project, Renewable Energy Guarantee Program. Of course, this is a climate action project, you can say, yeah? But we wanted to interrogate. This is counted as 100% of the value of this project as mitigation. And the UNFCCC defines mitigation as efforts to reduce emissions and enhance sinks. So can you specifically show us this project that you are putting out there to generate electricity generation capacity of Ethiopia? How does it reduce green gas emissions? Because it's counterfactual. We don't know. We don't know. How do you demonstrate and how are you counting it as mitigation? Another silly example we can give you is the US including a hotel as climate finance because it included storm protection measures. The question is this about climate or tourism? Because your tourism can even facilitate more carbon emission. So like the World Bank Renewable Energy Project, this is a development project that has been altered in response to climate needs. So the bigger question is, why count the whole value of the project? Why not focus on the incremental cost to climate is the question. So I want to close by summarizing some of the points. The accounting is so bad that we don't even have definitions. Yeah. We don't know what should count as climate finance. Very few, if any, projects solely address climate or finance. It's all mixed. When counting full value of projects towards different targets, there is a possibility of double counting. And finally, in development finance and in any new target we're thinking anyway, without better accounting framework, we don't know what we're talking about. Thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Martha, pour cette belle présentation. Donc, on a vu comment, de façon générale, ce que on peut retenir de cette présentation, c'est les déviations des fonds. On sait que l'adaptation a le pourcentage de fonds le moindre, c'est-à-dire moins de 2/3 des fonds sont destinés pour l'adaptation et le reste, plus que le 2/3, c'est pour l'atténuation. Et c'est un exemple comment ils font dévier les fonds, comment ils considèrent certains fonds généralement destinés pour l'adaptation et en réalité, ce sont des fonds qui sont destinés réellement pour l'atténuation et comment, quand les fonds ont un petit but d'atténuation, ils prennent de la valeur et quand c'est adaptation pure, il n'y a rien du tout. Donc, c'est cet exemple et cette présentation illustre vraiment les problématiques de financement d'adaptation. Merci beaucoup, Madame, pour ces clarifications et je passe maintenant le micro à Saïd pour le reste des sessions.
Merci Nejwa et aussi merci Mberta. Un mot d'ordre. OK. Non, un mot d'ordre et je vous donne la parole, pas de souci. Un mot d'ordre, c'est de point de vue programme. C'est très difficile d'aller vers 14 heures, aller manger, puis revenir. Donc, on propose de continuer jusqu'à 3h30, 15h30, 15 heures, 3 heures, c'est-à-dire l'après-midi, 15h30. Et après, on part ensemble une fois pour tous, c'est-à-dire on ne revient pas encore parce que c'est très difficile d'aller manger puis revenir ici. Donc ça, c'est... Est-ce que vous êtes d'accord? D'accord. Alors, maintenant, on va essayer d'aller par atelier ou par session. Docteur Wafa, il y a une session avec Nicolas. Est-ce que c'est à distance? Nicolas, il est là? Ou est-ce que c'est à distance? À distance? Charles? Nicolas, you? Please. You? Ah, okay, he's here. C'est tout. S'il y avait une question rapide sur la présentation de Malta, on va prendre une ou deux. Pourquoi je vous dis ça? Parce que à la fin, on va animer une discussion en groupe sur tout ce qui était dit et peut-être il y a des grandes questions sur effectivement des questions qui vont se répéter. Donc, si vous avez une ou deux questions rapides pour Malta, donc on va la prendre. Et sachant qu'à la fin, on va terminer avec, si vous voulez, une sorte de synthèse, les personnes qui n'ont pas parlé. On prend 2 questions maximum. Il y a une seule question. C'est très bien. Il y a 2 questions. Allah.
Thank you. My question was from the presentation, I'm struggling to understand what do we do with this information? Because I see there is a lot. I want to know probably you advise us. Yeah, what would you recommend us? Because we represent different constituencies. So if we see there is a double reporting, over-reporting, or there is lack of reporting, there are issues, there are no rules. Yeah, you need to tell us, because like as the way we deal with these issues is to be able to consult the people we represent, we be able to have a position, and we go to meet them. I'm sure that there is a SABSTA meeting, there is a Dubai. So we go, we say, yeah, this is unfavorable. And actually, when there is no clear reporting mechanism, the information we get probably is wrong. Yeah, just what I want you to tell us, yeah, what next, or how do we exploit your presentation? Yeah, the other one probably I'm missing. We have an issue of stratification of the climate finance. I remember is it in August, Charles invited me again in Addis. Then we are talking about environment, people are talking about pollution, diversity. Now even they are talking climate change. So then I'm looking at when you start now talking of money, which is coming. So you start saying, oh, this one is going for pollution. This one is going for diversity. This one is going for what? So then when you create those many layers, so I'm trying to understand like, yeah, where we are. So what reaches the grassroots level? Thank you.
Merci. Je continue un petit peu dans le sens de la question qui a été posée, surtout quelle exploitation peut-on faire, bien sûr, par rapport à ce genre de message très fort. Mais je voulais également, par la même occasion, parler que cette question de concurrence, compétition entre l'aide au développement et les autres types d'aide se poursuit constamment. C'est-à-dire que les États donateurs essaient un petit peu de se désengager de leurs responsabilités à chaque fois en collant d'un côté cette question de finances climatiques, la question de la migration, la question également des crises et l'aide humanitaire. Tout ça, on le met sous la question de développement d'un côté, et de l'autre côté, on va vous dire non, nous avons également investi dans cette thématique. Avec les mêmes sommes, on va les retrouver comptabilisées par-ci et par-là. C'est fondamental ce qui se dit. Maintenant, quand on vient à la question de l'adaptation à la mitigation, je me demande, d'abord, vous soulevez la question, il n'y a pas de système de comptabilisation de ce qui se fait réellement, il n'y a pas de règles derrière. Mais en plus de ça, est-ce qu'on a, nous, en tant que société civile, la capacité d'évaluer l'impact de l'atténuation, c'est-à-dire de ce qui est destiné à l'atténuation et de ce qui est destiné à l'adaptation? Je veux dire, est-ce qu'on a un argument solide pour dire ce qui est destiné à l'atténuation n'apporte pas les résultats escomptés? Et est-ce qu'il y a des travaux qui ont été faits dans ce sens, des statistiques disponibles? Est-ce qui est destiné à l'adaptation à donner d'autres résultats? Surtout quand on voit, par exemple, l'exemple que vous avez donné tout à l'heure, comment ça, on est parti pour le cas, je crois, non, mais pour quel pays? Bénéficiaire? Thaïlande, je pense. Pour le Thaïlande ou un autre pays? De toute façon, on est passé d'un pays où il y avait pratiquement que l'adaptation pour aller vers l'atténuation. Et là, je suis en train de me demander quel est le rôle des États eux-mêmes bénéficiaires de ces aides. Parce que de toute façon, ça se fait sous leur nez. Comment acceptent-ils? Est-ce qu'ils ont développé effectivement des arguments pour pouvoir accepter telle ou telle aide pour être orientés dans ce sens ou l'autre? C'est pour ça que je dis que, en plus de l'argumentation par rapport à ce que vous avez dit, est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose qu'on peut mettre sur la scène pour dire attention, ça n'apporte pas le résultat escompté? Merci.
Okay, thank you for the questions and the interest. So the first question is, what do you do with such information? Before going into what action to take, it's always important to remember that knowledge is power. First, we need to know what's happening out there. And there is a huge dysfunctionality. That's what we are saying. There is a problem out there. We come up with numbers like the 100 billion. How did you even come up with 100 billion? Doesn't it make sense to have NDCs, for instance, of countries, aggregate them, and then come up with a number? Okay, so that is one. But once you have that problem, for instance, with the OECD DAC countries, they have rules. So our push as civil society, for instance, or non-state actors is we need rules. Rules that cannot be maneuvered. Rules that cannot be, bent.
to serve our interest. So that is one action that we can take, but we need to understand what the problem is first. And it's possible. I mean, they started with the Rio marker. Why is it difficult to come up with an accounting standard framework? It is possible. We need to start pushing for that. And you raised about what reaches the grassroots level. And that is something we need to understand. As you know, there is the global bargain for localization, for instance, where 25% of funding, for instance, for humanitarian has to reach local actors. That is the global bargain in 2015. Now there is this, they have come up with locally led adaptation and localization in climate as well. But we need to remember that it is not just about the money when it comes to what reaches the grassroots level. We need to also focus on the quality of the funding. The quality of the funding. Are our grassroots civil society organizations, for instance, going to be told to change their system in order to be donor compliant? Do they have the capacity to build, do we build their capacity to access funding? What is the power dynamics between donors and grassroots organizations? What is the power dynamics between international NGOs and grassroots organizations? So these are all layers that we need to tackle under locally led adaptation and localization agenda. And finally, with the competition, I will only address them because many of them I think is for civil society, but competition of countries and how they are disengaged in the humanitarian crisis. I will speak to you later, but what we are trying to do now, for instance, in development initiatives is we are coming up with this tracker to separate humanitarian financing, development financing, and climate financing so that we pinpoint additionality. There is the but of course, understanding that many of the humanitarian crises are also related to climate change, but still, one good example I have, which is good news also, is for instance, when we were speaking to the Norway government, Norway, apart from its 0.7% GDP, it's now thinking of having 0.3% of its GDP dedicated to public goods like climate change and pandemic preparedness and so on. So that separation of development financing from climate financing, from humanitarian financing to understand additionality is very important. And I agree, yeah.
Ok, mais c'est rapide, rapidement s'il vous plaît, parce qu'on n'a pas...
Saïd, tout à l'heure, a évoqué un chiffre qui m'a fait vraiment peur. L'Afrique a besoin de 2800 milliards de dollars entre 2020 et 2030. Donc, pour mettre en œuvre ces CDN. Et les flux financiers réels sont de l'ordre de 30 milliards de dollars par an, ce qui va aggraver la dette de l'Afrique. Donc, vous ne voyez pas, moi, je vais rejoindre l'intervention de M. Hnaoui. Il ne faut pas dénoncer haut et fort ces modes toxiques de financement, notamment l'aide au financement. Ça fait des années qu'on adopte ce mode de financement et l'Afrique, elle est toujours au point mort. Donc, voilà, c'est à part les autres, parce que l'aide de financement, il faut le dire fort et aider, il n'a pas aidé. Plutôt, il contribue au sous-développement de l'Afrique.
I do agree with you. And first of all, if you're not contributing even a single cent to climate mechanism, then maybe you don't deserve to sit on the seat to make decisions on those resources. However, we have to remember that we are contributing through our budgets for climate adaptation. Contribution, that's why we are in Marrakesh, because we need to have that reform agenda being concrete and solid so that
the money that is coming in contributed by countries should be fresh and additional, number one, but it has to also be managed by an institution that respects all members and the relationship is dignified, that it has dignity. So all this conversation is around reforms. We may not be contributing to a global fund mechanism, but we are contributing through our national budgets. So we have to recognize that, number one. Number two, when we are in Marrakesh next week, for instance, what we want to push for is recognizing that it's not the World Bank or the IMF that should host these funds. Rather, it has to be in a democratic institution that the money will be contributed based on historical injustices, based on common but differentiated responsibilities that we are capable of contributing, but that contribution needs to go to countries that are in need, and it has to be managed by an institution that respects every country. So that's why we're in Marrakesh next week, and I hope that something will come out of Marrakesh next week.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. Je crois que la présentation de Madame Martha était très intéressante et le débat a été enrichi, les questions aussi. Et je crois que c'est une question cruciale et qui nécessite peut-être toute une journée entière pour pouvoir sortir avec peut-être des recommandations, etc. Mais par contrainte de temps, on est obligé d'arrêter cette discussion et de passer à la session prochaine. Donc, et j'invite Madame Ofe Mesrar à animer, à faciliter la prochaine session. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Hello, everyone. Allow me to introduce myself first. So I am Dr. Wafa Misra. I'm from Morocco. From Marrakesh, exactly. And I'll be here actually moderating. I wasn't expecting to do that. So if I do make any mistakes, please bear with me. So who's the next speaker? I don't have the program. Thank you. Sorry. Allow me to invite to stage Mr. Nicolas Abuya. So he'll be giving a presentation about the outcomes of a PACJA commissioned study on policy analysis on bottlenecks, challenges, and opportunities around the extent to which climate financing program match needs identified for a just recovery. Please. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Allow me to disconnect and connect mine. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I'm standing between you and your lunch break. I'm bearing that in mind. So the beauty of my presentation is that all the speakers since morning, particularly the last three, have more or less addressed the same issue I'm going to talk about. And therefore, I'll not repeat sections of my presentations, which, for example, have been covered adequately and comprehensively by Martha, my sister Martha from DI. This was an initiative that we did together with PACJA, particularly looking at policy analysis on bottlenecks, challenges, and opportunities around the extent to which climate financing programs match needs identified for a just recovery. And if you've been a keen listener to the previous speakers, they have already spoken to some of these things very well, particularly DI have given even extensive data. This was a study which had an overall purpose and objective. So the overall purpose is there. I don't want really to belabor so much about it, but I really want to speak to the specific objectives. One was basically to review and critique relevant published materials and data, stroke information on climate finance and provide a working definition. And the speakers ahead of me have spoken about that lack of a definitive kind of reference to what constitutes climate finance as a challenge. Then the other specific objective was to provide an overview of interrelationship between climate finance and climate justice principles. The other specific objective was to identify gaps in the financing structures and identify opportunities or entry points for intervention with particular reference to gender, equity, access, availability, affordability, and awareness. Some of these have also been addressed by the previous speakers. Then also to provide a critique of the role of climate finance in current policies and programs in selected number of African countries. In this case, we selected Kenya and Malawi. Then we also to conduct a case study to evaluate through a gendered impacts, access to climate finance, equity and fairness, solutions and systems approaches to provide financing facility, especially for women and girls. Again, we picked a case study from Kenya of the devolved climate financing. Maybe a bias on Kenya, but it was based on access to information and particularly being able to interview people who are involved in certain projects. Now, the methodology basically drew from secondary qualitative and quantitative data. I don't want to talk so much about that. Basically, those are sources of information from which the analysis was done. So quickly, let us dive into the discussion of the findings. And some of the findings have already been spoken into by my previous speakers, but I'll really look at one of the key findings, the contested definition of climate finance. So the question is, the definition of climate finance, where did it start? It did just start with, say, the Paris Agreement, which is the most recent agreement that we are working on. Actually, it started with the UNFCCC back in 1992. And if you read Article 4 commitments of the UNFCCC Convention, it speaks so much about what climate finance entails, and that is our basis. We must have a foundation. Let us start from the foundation. Now that it is a contested subject, what does Article 4 commitments of the UNFCCC of 1992 says about climate finance? It says that it is new and additional financial resources that meet the agreed full costs incurred by developing country parties. That is in Article 4, paragraph 3. You can always check to confirm. It goes further to say that developed country parties and other developed parties included in Annex 2 shall, and when you say shall, it means it is mandatory. You get it? Actually, those are the words in the UN Convention, which is the mother of even Paris Agreement, which you talk so much about. Yeah, because Paris Agreement is a subset of the convention. Shall provide such financial resources. Yeah. Then if you go on, the same Article 4 commitments, paragraph 3, obligates the developed countries to ensure adequacy and predictability in the flow of funds. Adequacy and predictability, meaning that by now, as developing countries, we should be knowing what they are going to give even the next year. That's what predictability means. And not just knowing, but the funds should be adequate to say the adaptation needs of the developing countries. So that's the basis of the definition of climate finance. But as you can see, it is not explicit, yeah, what climate finance is. But we agree in principle when I was doing the analysis that the parameters that are set actually is a good basis for the definition of climate finance in our contested environment of what it means. I think that is one thing that we can agree on. So, moving on very fast. So, organizations championing the cause of climate justice prefer a narrower definition of climate finance. As people who champion climate justice, we prefer a narrower definition of climate finance so that we don't end up with the same situation that Martha presented here, where people report anything as climate finance. They even over-report, over-account, they do all manner of things. So this narrow definition would perhaps mean the net climate specific assistance, yeah, which is provided by developed countries, and they are obligated when you look clearly on the UNFCCC conventions. So the narrower definition of climate finance emphasizes the accounting of only grant and grant equivalent as climate finance. I think that had been said earlier. You know, there is a very interesting thing. Let me give you an example of Kenya, where I come from. And I was part of the coordinating team that has led to what now they champion as FLOCA program, financing locally led climate action. It's a big program. We piloted the initiative as civil society actors. I was one of the managers when that facility came. We are partnering with the government. The government has gone on to institutionalize what we started as development finance and given birth to what they call FLOCA. But they have gone into partnership with the World Bank in what they refer to as a concessional loan arrangement to support locally led adaptation in Kenya. It's a big issue. The question is this: if World Bank is giving Kenya money in the form of a concessional loan, or a loan for that matter, to support adaptation, and when the presentation was made here in the morning, though it was in French, I followed, on World Bank and IMF, of course, even developing countries like Kenya are shareholders in the World Bank. You saw the percentage. So if they are counting the assistance given as a loan to Kenya, which again Kenya will pay back anyway, yeah, then Kenya is actually contributing, is helping developed countries in meeting their financing obligation on matters climate change. You get it? So some of these things, that's why our argument is very strongly that we only account for grant and grant equivalent as climate finance. If we look at the letter and the spirit of Article 4 commitments of the convention. So when we argue like that, some people say, no, you are not realistic. After all, private sector has got so much climate finance and stuff like that. In the strict sense, yeah, of the basis on which climate finance came into being, when you read Article 4 commitments of the UN Convention, then it should be grant and grant equivalent. But we move on. Actually, this was a definition that was developed in India in a rejoinder to the overcounting by OECD DAC on the progression towards achieving the 100 billion target. The climate finance should actually consist of only cross-border flows that have been actually disbursed, new and additional, climate specific, and in the form of grant or stroke grant equivalent. You know the reason why? You saw the data by Martha, where Japan committed some money several years ago. Up to date, they have never even reached more than a quarter of what they committed. And if we treat business as usual kind of projection into the future, they will only be able to hit the 6 billion mark in 2035. Therefore, how do you account for that as climate finance when it has not even been disbursed? So from experience, our argument is very strong that we only account for climate finance when it has actually been disbursed and crossed from the committing party, which is a developed nation, to a developing country. So that situation would not arise if this kind of parameter were applied. And then it should be new and additional, and it should be climate specific in the form of grant or grant equivalent. The adoption of the narrower and specific definition of climate finance would significantly improve accuracy in tracking climate finance and eliminate the problem of overreporting. Martha told you earlier that we don't even know what is being reported here is if it is true after all. So if we can have a more specific definition of climate finance, which is narrower, then the aspect of overreporting will be eliminated. And it will be easier for us to track what really constitutes climate finance. Then, of course, moving very fast from the UN Convention of 1992 that brought the three conventions together, if you remember, and that's where the real markers came from, for your information. And the real markers applies to three conventions. They apply to the Convention on Desertification, they apply to the Convention on Biodiversity, they also apply to the Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC, which we are very much familiar with because that is our space. And there are only two markers for climate change. Basically, one assigned to adaptation, the other one to mitigation. Then there's one for desertification, another one for biodiversity, and I think there's one which is general on environment, but we'll get into that. Article 9 of the Paris Agreements, when you read it, tend to vouch for broader definition while affirming the obligation of developed countries to take the lead in providing climate finance. I think that's one thing you can always read. Look at Article 9, I think paragraph 3, yeah? The broad definition is that the developed country parties are obligated, yeah, to mobilize climate finance. They mention and many other things, but they don't mention private climate finance. They talk of different sources, channels, and instruments. So in that sense, we can argue that the current Paris Agreement somehow appeals for broader definition of climate finance. So I don't want to repeat so much that climate finance as per the Paris Agreement encompasses external or internal financial flows from any source. That is well explained. So we move on. Then what definition of climate finance should consider and its additionality? If we will not agree on the standard definition of climate finance, then we have got very strong grounds on the boundaries or the parameters to use to measure and report on climate finance. I think that's for sure cannot be contested so much. One is that climate finance needs to deliver the Paris Agreement. And we treat the Paris Agreement from its goals. If you read Article 21C, and I extracted what it says, it reads, making finance flow consistent with a pathway towards low greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilient development. So when you talk when we say that something is consistent, it means that it is working towards the intended goal or objective in the given timeline. So that's something that we need to really use as criteria, for example, to underpin what can be reported and accounted for as climate finance. The other critical aspect or consideration is that climate finance needs to do no harm and support social and ecological integrity. The World Bank and others are big in supporting certain projects which have got serious negative social and even environmental impacts on communities where those projects are implemented. At the end of the day, they end up reporting how they have actually appropriated a significant amount of their finance to support climate action. Even if it would qualify as climate finance, but does not protect the social and ecological integrity, then that is not to be accounted for. A good case is carbon markets, which are a big issue. For example, in Africa, we were in the Nairobi summit the other day. Yeah. What is happening when we give out community land for carbon credit to private actors? The communities end up losing access and rights to utilize the resources in those lands. In the process, those finance deemed as climate related end up causing social and environmental harm. And then the last one, not the least by any means, is climate finance needs to be accessed by those who need it most. And I think that's one critical aspect. The other time I was listening to one of my friends. We are now talking about the second replenishing of the GCF. Yeah. How much money is being held by GCF? And how much money has been disbursed? Why is money lying idle with GCF when actually people are suffering at the front line from climate crisis? You get it? So we cannot really call the money held by GCF but not accessible to those who need it as climate finance. You tell me that there is money, there is climate finance with the GCF, but I cannot access that money. So of what use is it when the drought is facing me and I'm going to lose my crops and my livestock, and I cannot access that money to resource my adaptation needs, be it at the community level or even at the subnational level? These are critical questions that we need to ask ourselves. Then why the need to develop a shared definition of climate finance? We are talking about shared definition of climate finance so that developed countries like Japan, USA, and others, and us in developing countries could have a common and shared definition of climate finance. The thing is, despite the necessity for climate finance to right the wrongs of the past, because climate finance is a matter of climate justice and address the climate change impacts trust towards providers of climate finance is low, as providers have not kept their promises to deliver climate finance at the expected quantity. Can you believe it, that even with over-reporting by OECD DAC, they have not been able to reach the 100 billion mark, even with the over-reporting? You've seen good example given by Martha. So ideally speaking, in this space, we should actually treat developed countries with suspicion. We should communicate to them that actually our trust level on them meeting the obligation is at the lowest. So I don't really talk about that. I think research from Oxfam, this report came out in 2020, estimated, for instance, that there was an over-reporting of overall climate finance by 264%. So the so-called 83 point something billion is a lot of over-reporting. So that's why Martha actually dismissed those numbers. Yeah. One reason behind over-reporting are differences in reporting from the developed countries, which significantly overstate climate change relevance of activities. Some donors, for example, just count spent against the input sector codes that are considered allowable under climate spend. Very simple. They sit somewhere in Berlin or they sit somewhere in Paris. Then they say, what do you think about this funding? Can it reasonably qualify as climate finance? Oh, yes. Then they report it. It's simple as such. Somebody sits in London, said, what do you think about this support going to Kenya or going to Burkina Faso? Do you think it's reasonable to call it climate finance? Then they just call it. Well, others count any programs affected by weather. They sit, oh, so we are supporting a water project in Kenya. Oh, we are supporting a water project in Morocco. Water is actually a sensitive sector to climate-related events like drought and water view. So it qualifies. So that is the kind of business we find ourselves. Further, others count everything that has been marked with the Rio marker. I think Martha explained that. I don't want to belabor on that. To ensure accuracy in reporting and all accountable to their Paris Agreement goals, it is vital to develop a shared definition of climate finance. So you see, unless and until we have a shared definition of climate finance, it will be very difficult to hold them accountable on their obligation. For example, under the Paris Agreement, they will continue playing around, reporting anything and everything as climate finance. They reach at a certain point, like you gave a very good example, they modify a development program and call it a climate finance program. They start in a small way with a small fraction, then over time, it is 100% climate. Not even the modification aspect of it. But having said that, I wish to draw your attention to the fact that definition of climate finance could prove particularly challenging for adaptation over mitigation, given the high variation in adaptation interventions, which require different responses specific to context and local needs. That's a reality we have to confront. Because, you know, for mitigation is simple, carbon equivalent, whether in Morocco, whether in South Africa, be it in Indonesia, or be it in somewhere in Caribbean. So that one is largely agreed. But now when it comes to adaptation, what the fishermen in the Indonesia requires as adaptation could be different from what the agro-pastoralists in northern Kenya call adaptation. So it varies significantly when it comes to adaptation, even within a similar context. Then I thought it's important for us to extend the discussion on adaptation and mitigation finance. So Adaptation interventions are mainly been limited to responses on current climate change impacts. So you'll find that if you go to communities, they tell you that we are adapting, say, to flooding. We are adapting to a prevailing drought in our community or in our county or in our district or in our country. However, adaptation finance requires support responses to current climate change impacts. That's one, it's already mentioned, but also tackling the underlying drivers of vulnerability. And this is very important so that we can have a nexus between climate action and action that are related to sustainable development goals. Because some of these underlying factors actually derive vulnerability to climate change. And therefore you cannot really enhance adaptation and resilience of communities unless those structural issues are addressed. Then the other thing which is critical is really to consider as the future climate change scenarios as well. So we would like to see climate finance that also supports enhancing the ability of individuals, communities, and countries to be able to adapt to the future climate scenarios. I think that's critical to consider as well. And of course, restoring and protecting ecosystems to increase resilience of landscapes and livelihoods, because actually healthy ecosystem is a factor of adaptation. And then most important, in mitigation, we want to see interventions that shift away from business as usual models of carbon intensive investment in sectors such as energy, transport, etc. So the shift in mitigation action finance should be on low or zero carbon investment that benefits society. I think that's critical. We cannot overemphasize that. That yes, we want to see investments that are going towards low or zero carbon investment that benefit the societies. Then very quickly, then addressing the question of additionality in climate finance. And again, the previous speakers talked about this. So as a pillar of the Paris Agreement, that's climate finance, is expected to be additional to overseas development assistance. I think we cannot overemphasize that because they will be playing around with the games. Yeah, because overseas development assistance came into effect in the early 70s, when even people like me, who look very old now, were not yet on planet Earth. So what counts as climate finance is that climate finance should be above the already agreed 0.7 gross national income target for ODA. That's actually the target. For countries that have not adopted the 0.7% agreement and do not spend 0.7% on ODA, climate finance should be counted as the amount over their declared target ODA spend. That's a minimum. UK, a few years back, adopted this 0.7%. But after Brexit, they scaled it back to 0.5%. So what we would expect UK to count as climate finance should be over and above what they have declared as ODA, which is 0.5%. Anything which has not gone beyond 0.5% is not climate finance. Then the other thing that we should also consider is that private stock finance is vast. We are not denying that private sector investment is important in addressing climate finance. They are actors. And many corporates and investors are signing up to the Paris Agreement. That one you know. This can be considered as Paris-aligned private investment. I think that's how we should treat it. Paris-aligned private sector investment. While the tracking of climate finance, private flows, it should not count within the commitments made by the public parties. When we are tracking climate finance, private investments, which are Paris-aligned, should not count within the commitments made by the public parties. So let not UK, for example, go into bilateral agreement with the Kenya government. Then they say how they have invested hugely in the water sector. Charles, you know that. Then they will say this is support coming from the UK government to the people of Kenya in responding to climate change. I think they shall be moving away from their obligation. So Paris-aligned private investment is important and should be monitored and tracked as part of the enhanced transparency framework reporting. So it should be tracked and reported as part of the transparency framework. And I think Article 14 of the Paris Agreement addresses that substantively. So much about the definition of climate finance because my other colleagues spoke to what I'm going to speak. So I am not going to talk about the existing financial instruments because that was addressed earlier on. I won't spare you that, but basically they can be broadly be classified as a UNFCCC mechanism and an UNFCCC mechanism. That's the broad kind of two categories, but you don't want to get into that. That was addressed in the earlier presentation. So what are the key considerations to advance climate justice through climate finance under the UNFCCC mechanism in Africa? What do we want really to push outside the UN? Because we have said that whatever is Paris aligned is also relevant, either by private sector investments or otherwise. We should actually track and report on the same. One key aspect is that we want reforming of the World Bank and other development banks to make them fit for purpose. I don't want to really overemphasize that. That was already discussed here about even the interest loans, the rate at which they charge developing countries. Yeah. Then the other aspect that we want to see is development of standardized reporting formats for countries to use for bilateral initiatives. You saw the example given of Indonesia, and which country was that? Japan? Yeah? Yes. So really, why is Japan playing around? It's because there's no standardized reporting format anyway. Everybody comes up with what he or thinks is right and qualifies, especially on bilateral engagement. The other thing is establishment of data collection framework for regional national channels and funds. I think like in Africa, this is an area where there's no data at all or limited data. If you ask to seek data on regional national channels and national funds for African countries, you may not find it easily. Then the other thing is the critical evaluation of new financing sources, including carbon markets, debt for climate swaps, among others, if they are truly aligned to Paris Agreement goals and protect social and ecological integrity. That is very important. For example, there is a big discussion now that, oh, we can have, what do they call it, debt for climate swaps. Really, if we go the debt for climate swaps, do you think we'll achieve the intended goal of raising sufficient climate finance for us to work towards the Paris Agreement goals? How will they look like? Or if it comes to carbon markets, have you ever asked yourself, what was the African share of, for example, of CDM before the Paris Agreement? Some data, and the DIA, you can help me in this, indicate that African share of the clean development mechanism was less than 3% or thereabout of the global share. And even the ongoing carbon markets, what is African share up to date? You will be surprised that actually Africa has got the smallest share of the carbon market up to date. Yeah. So, assuming that that trend might apply into the medium and long term, and we want to call these as major sources of climate finance, what would be the implication? Is that our, for example, adaptation needs will not be met, we will not be getting climate finance at all. Yeah. So, and again, they come with those questions like carbon markets, the aspect of social and ecological integrity is critical. We've seen situations where indigenous local communities have been evicted, yeah, from their lands because their governments have gone into partnership with carbon credit traders, private investors. They cannot access what has been traditionally their land for grazing or even for collecting essential items or goods like firewood and many other things. We have seen that. So we need to interrogate that. Then under the UNFCCC mechanism, I think as we move forward, there's the second round of replenishing the GCF, which is going to be launched later this year, and then it will run from next year up to 2027. Why GCF in particular? GCF to a large extent is more democratic. The developing countries have got a bigger say. So when you add where can the loss and damage be domiciled, it would be better if it was in the GCF, not World Bank. You know that for obvious reason. World Bank, those guys have got veto power. Let me use that for, I'm just saying if we are given two options of GCF and World Bank, then GCF would be a better option for developing countries to house loss and damage facility. But GCF in itself has got its own challenges when it comes to access of climate finance. Yeah. But we have seen GCF giving more of grant and grant equivalent funds to support adaptation in many developing countries, Africa included. So in the strict sense of definition of climate finance, particularly when it comes to adaptation financing, I think we can say that the little lesser trickle down from GCF somewhat meets our narrower definition of climate finance when it comes to adaptation. That's my experience. Then there is also the need to look at the operationalization of the new loss and damage fund this year. It's a big issue under the UNFCCC. And of course, the question of where it will domicile is a big one. But we would say that now the World Bank meeting and the IMF is happening here, let World Bank be out of it. Because if it goes to the World Bank, you just know the implications. Then the other thing is we want really funds to be available to protect people from climate disasters with early warning system. And you know the UN Secretary General said that there is a target by 2027 set aside. I think that's also critical in terms of saving lives and assets and enhancing adaptation of our people. Then, of course, we also focus on the new collective quantified goal on climate finance set to be agreed in 2024. It's a key thing for us to focus as we work towards climate justice. But on this point, I want to really reiterate what I'd said earlier, that we are on a trust deficit because we have been disappointed that the developed countries have failed to meet the 100 billion goal. And we are wondering that even as we enter into the new collective and quantified goal, will it be met? If they could not meet the 100 billion goal, will it be met? And particularly now that our science is advanced, and for sure, even the adaptation needs for Africa alone goes beyond the 100 billion. Imagine, just adaptation needs for Africa alone, before you put other developing countries, are way above the 100 billion. So the new collective quantified goal on climate finance is likely to be huge. But there is, yeah, I'm being reminded that actually time is over and I should be conscious of what I'd said earlier. So I'll not talk so much about access to climate finance in Africa. I think that was already shared by my colleague. But But one thing I wanted to point out, you know, somebody argues somewhere that actually we have enough finance to support climate action in the world. The problem is really getting the political goodwill for that finance to be mobilized, to be taken to the right place where it is required. If you remember the COVID incident of 2020, under 1 year, how much money was mobilized? And not even from private sector alone, from public sector. For sure, it was not 100 billion. It was running more than that several times within less than 1 year from public sources. And the target was made and COVID was contained. You get it? It has taken them more than 10 years. They have never met the 100 billion. Yeah. Okay. So really, I want to really finish that there. Then I will not talk so much about that. But this is data from the African Development Bank. They call it NDC Hub, which indicates the African estimated climate finance needs between 2020 and 2030. As you can see, for adaptation, it is between 259 billion to 407 billion. You can see Africa alone. Yeah. Yes, Africa, North Africa is included. Yes, we are talking about Africa. So mitigation, you can see up to 715 billion. I don't want to go in so much of that. But if you go and check what Africa receives is only a fraction of the needs. Yeah, I really want to wind up by mentioning something about gender perspective in climate change and climate financing in Africa. We did a case study of the County Climate Change Fund mechanism in Kenya. And oh, the time is over. All right. Then I have to stop it here, but we'll share this. Basically, what I've not talked about is the aspect of gender and also the case study from Kenya and Malawi. But in the interest of time, let me stop here. I'm also told that there's a next speaker who is online and he will be transitioned to another meeting. Therefore, we should give him time to speak to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, dear Nicholas. It was very interesting, actually, like just talking about the different definitions of climate finance. It's very challenging, actually, and it's not easy to find, you know, like a clear definition to climate finance. So I don't know, actually, if I have like just to go for questions first or just to, no, okay. Excuse me, sorry. Was that? So actually, they're just proposing like just 1 or 2 minutes, like just, you know, to stretch our legs and just, you know, okay. Yeah, energizing, yeah. I don't know actually how to do energizers, but yeah. Okay. Okay. Do you feel better? I hope so. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I believe so as well. So now let me please introduce another guest that is actually online and waiting for us. He's from Canada. And Dr. Olonfusu Somorin. Please, are you Are you there? 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 Can you hear us? Can you hear?
Surtout pour les grands bailleurs de fonds. Comment peut-on faire de l'adaptation un sujet attractif qui peut avoir des bénéfices aussi pour les pays riches ou les riches? Parce que jusqu'à présent, seulement les pays pauvres défendent l'adaptation. Alors que l'adaptation actuellement, d'après ce que l'on voit dans le monde, c'est une affaire aussi des pays riches. Est-ce que vous arrivez à suivre? Nicolas? Vous avez posé la question.
Actually, yeah, but the thing is, I wasn't following. So, can you please just repeat the question? Est-ce que vous pouvez juste reprendre la question?
Parce que j'ai vu l'intervenant, il est à distance. Il est encore en distance ou c'est? D'accord. Moi, je dis, Nicolas, la question elle est très simple. N'est-il pas la faute de nous, Africains, de n'avoir pas mis en avance les co-bénéfices de l'adaptation pour que les pays riches ou pour que cette adaptation soit attractive pour les pays riches? Surtout qu'actuellement, la question d'adaptation, ce n'est plus une question d'un pays pauvre et d'un pays riche. Même les pays riches, maintenant, ils souffrent. Ils vont souffrir. Je te donne un exemple très concret. L'élévation de la température en Angleterre va coûter très cher pour l'économie britannique parce qu'il doit refaire toute la structure ou l'infrastructure qu'il est mis en place. Donc, à mon avis, n'est-il pas changer un peu l'angle d'attaque? Au lieu de toujours de se victimiser parce qu'on n'a pas assez de financement pour l'adaptation, aller vers la valorisation de l'adaptation, donner que l'adaptation soit plus attractive pour attirer un peu le financement. C'est ça ma question.
Okay, so thank you. Actually, we'll be just, gathering all the questions, so you can just take notes and probably we'll be answering later. Thank you.
Ouais, moi, c'est pour ajouter par rapport à ce qu'il a dit chacun. En fait, par rapport à l'adaptation, vous m'entendez? C'est bon ou pas? OK. Donc, c'est par rapport à l'adaptation. Je disais que par rapport... par rapport à l'adaptation. On a parlé de financement climat. Je veux savoir si la dette par rapport au financement climat, pour les pays africains, ils le prennent à quel taux? Déjà, si on prend une dette en augmentant sur les dettes qu'on a, déjà, nos pays sont pauvres. Moi, je pense qu'à mon avis, il faut l'effacement de la dette africaine et aussi permettre aux Africains d'avoir le financement à taux zéro. Comme ça, ils pourront investir dans des projets de développement pour l'adaptation en termes énergétiques, infrastructures et tout ce qui concerne l'agriculture et l'accès à l'eau. En tout cas, moi, c'est ce que je pense. Merci.
Merci. Sorry, actually, probably our guest is waiting for us. Can you hear us, doctor?
I can hear you. There's a lot of background noise, but can you hear me?
The other question.
Can you hear me?
You are attending from Canada. So dear doctor, please, can you just proceed with your presentation? It's going to be about the role of multilateral development banks in facilitating access to climate finance for adaptation.
Thank you very much, moderator. Thank you, colleagues. I hope you can hear me. Could you please signal back if you can hear me?
See it, please. See it.
Okay. All right, good. So thank you. I am indeed joining in from Canada, but I am not a Canadian. I'm an African, and I'm based out of Kenya, where I work with the African Development Bank to lead the work on climate change and green growth in East Africa. And I think it's quite interesting because we are having a conversation that is very timely, and everyone in the room, consider yourself to be a miniature of a global arena. Because right here, I actually came in here for what they call the Adaptation Futures Conference. And many of the conversation around when it comes to Africa was very much about adaptation finance, the complexity of the finance, but also the limited flow of capital for adaptation interventions in Africa. And thank you again for inviting me. I think in the interest of time, I apologize, I don't have a PowerPoint. I'm more of a storyteller, but in another time, I'll be happy to share a PowerPoint with you. But I'm very pleased to have listened in to the previous speaker. And I think a lot of things around definition have been clarified, and I'm going to stick to that. I want to tell you 3 key points around the topic of the role that MDBs play, and permit me to use the case of the African Development Bank when it comes to adaptation finance. Before I get into these 3 points, let me perhaps give a bit of a context through my experience and the work that I do over the years when it comes to adaptation. It's important for us to understand that some years ago, for some of us who've had the privilege to have been in this adaptation and climate change in the African context space for a long time, some years ago, the conversations was very much about capacity to develop policy frameworks. And some of you might remember the days of NAPA's, National Adaptation Program of Actions. And then we moved into the era of national communications as well. The first communication, the second communications on adaptation, and also some countries actually developed the national climate change action plans. Some countries developed what they call climate resilience strategy. And I'm talking of African countries, and please, I'm talking of Africa, which is inclusive of the North Africa region. And some countries went and again to national communications, and then we did national adaptation inventory, and from there even some institutions developed what we call adaptation gap reports, and then we moved to in the era of national adaptation plans and nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement. Why am I saying this? over the years, we have invested heavily in policy frameworks. And the policy frameworks help us to know the journey that we have taken is not a journey where we are not sure of what to do. It's a journey where over the years, through experience, through engagement, through doing things better, through better capacity, we have absolute clarity about what to do. We know what adaptation means on the ground. Despite the complexity, we can tell what adaptation is and what it is not in Africa. However, we are in a second era where we now have the policy framework where we were told we didn't have. We've done the mainstreaming and all of that. But unfortunately, when we did the policy framework, there was a promise that money will come, finance will be available to implement them. Now we realize that finance, that's not the case. And we need a new set of conversation. Perhaps we need to go through another era of adaptation finance. And I think this conversation that we're having in this room is very critical. Now, what we have realized, again, is the fact that the global financial system is driven towards commercializations of ideas. And I'm going to come back to explain that. But let me repeat that again. The global financial system has been set up in a way that whatever is commercialized or whatever has a commercial value or commercial notion, that will probably get priority. And that's what has happened with mitigation and not necessarily adaptation. Now, here's the challenge. The challenge in the African context is that in all of the policy documents that were produced consistently over the years, we have said over and over again that adaptation is a policy priority for us. And if adaptation is a policy priority, there is a paradox here. There's a challenge here because global finance follows value. Finance follows what you place value on. So if we place policy and institutional value on adaptation, the question is, and it's a very difficult question, why is finance not flowing in the direction of what we place value on? And I don't think any one of us has an answer that is perfect, but that is a dilemma that we have on the African continent. There's a dilemma we have to solve. And that leads me to the work that MDBs are doing. What we have done over the years, first and foremost, is to deeply invest in knowledge work. Most MDBs have done that across the regions of the world. When it comes to adaptation, to understand what is it about this adaptation that makes it complex for investment? Why do we talk about it in a way that it makes it a development option, a development priority, and yet development capital is not going in that direction? And so some of the work that the MDBs have done in the knowledge stream, which is also partly the capacity development work that we've done over the years, they help us to understand that the business case, the economic case that is very important for any intervention, whether development or not, is not yet fully recognized for adaptation. Now, I use the keyword not fully recognized. It doesn't necessarily mean it's missing or it is not there at all. It just means that we're struggling to do that. So what we are beginning to see today is that MDBs, including ourselves, are investing in knowledge work, are investing in demonstration, projects, they are investing in analytical work on the ground to demonstrate that for every dollar you spend on adaptation, there is up to $20 of return in terms of benefit. And it's very important to be able to make that case and to show that adaptation can be an investment as opposed to being adaptation being a cost. And that is something that is very important. And many of the analytical works, many of the knowledge works that have led into institutional support, institutional strengthening, have been very much around that. And not just MDBs. MDBs have worked with bilaterals, but MDBs have also worked with civil institutions like yourself in order to be able to make and continuously make that case. Because unfortunately, the financial system of today, the global financial system of today is highly commercialized. And if you're going to have a piece of that, a piece and attention of that financial system, you must be able to speak the language of commerce or the language of business that the system has been built to respond to. The option before us is, do we change the system completely, or do we make adaptation appealing to the system? I think it's going to be a combination of both, and I don't have a perfect answer to that. The second thing MDBs do, it's also beginning to find a way where they build a strategic partnership that are very specific to adaptation. The challenge that we have had for the longest period was we treated everything as climate response. So we just thought of climate action in a country, whether it was mitigation or adaptation, it was all climate action. Now, over the time, when we began to unpack what we have done, the progress that we have made, the little resources that have flowed to us, then we realized that we have given more to mitigation, even in African countries, and less to adaptation. One of the things we have realized from that is that we cannot treat adaptation like mitigation. We cannot just call all of them climate action. Yes, they are climate action, and expect them to survive and compete. No, adaptation would not survive if you leave them to a game of chance. But if you are deliberate about understanding what are the unique values of adaptation, how do they relate to the livelihoods and the economics of the communities, as well as the countries at large, what kind of investments are needed, particularly patient capital, because the value that you get from adaptation, what we call adaptation outcomes, are more qualitative in nature. They're not necessarily issues of how much money in profit. They are issues about transformation. And how do we create investment streams for results that are more transformative than more commercialized? And those are questions that we began to ask. And those are the new partnerships we're beginning to see that MDBs are doing. AFDB, for instance, is using its convening power to bring partnerships around the table and also support initiatives that are looking into bringing different actors together, redefining what we need to do, but also how we need to go about it. And you may have heard about the African Adaptation Acceleration Program, the AAAP. You've heard about the African Adaptation Initiative. You've also heard about some other initiatives at institutional levels. All of these initiatives are targeted at helping us to look at adaptation differently, but also to raise the profile of how we need to do things and not fall into the trap of everything is climate actions. Let's do everything and see the survival of the fittest. I think adaptation is uniquely different from mitigation, and given that it's a priority for us, it's different. The third part is the financing. And I'm sure that you probably would have expected me to start with the financing, but it's important to emphasize that what we've learned, particularly in the adaptation context, is that financing does not exist in an institutional vacuum. Financing is very nested within the partnership arrangement, but also the framing and the allocation, value allocation that is existing within the society. We have not struggled to raise relative resources for mitigation because mitigation has been very much reduced to carbon, and the currency of mitigation is carbon, and we've been able to put price and value on carbon, and that has been able to crowd in capital. Now, we have not been able to do that for adaptation. How do you put value, or what is the value of soil conservation? What is the value of water conservation to a community? Those are things that are very challenging. And in terms of financing, and I want to spend some time here, the financing is been a challenge. And I'll be very honest with you, it is not a very good picture. And probably permit me to throw some numbers at you. On average, the amount of international resources flowing into Africa for adaptation, and please the key word is international resources. If we include African-owned resources, the numbers will be different. But the international resources flowing into Africa for climate change, climate action, it's around $30 to $35 billion annually. $30 to $35 billion every year. Now, many of you may know that more than half of that comes from MDBs. The World Bank, the African Development Bank, in the African context. The MDBs are responsible for more than half of climate finance flows on average. But the truth about it is, what out of that $30 billion, and let me use a figure of $30 billion, only $5.5 billion goes for adaptation. And please keep those numbers in mind. $5.5 billion out of $30 billion. And I know there's always a tyranny of numbers, because depending on your sources, there are always different sources to numbers. But let's work with these figures that we tend to use among all the MDBs. The $30 billion comes to Africa every year, internationally into the continent, and $5.5 billion is going to adaptation. Now, if you have a calculator, if you just divide 5.5 billion by 1.3 billion people to get a sense of per capita flow for adaptation, $5.5 billion divided by 1.3 billion people, it's barely $5. It's barely $5 per person per year. That is the adaptation inflow or adaptation investment that we see in Africa. And that is really significantly small, particularly on the same African continent, where the cost of our climate change, the economic cost is on average $15 billion. So something costs you $15 billion, and yet only $5 billion comes to you to respond to it. So that's a huge cost on all Africans in terms of that. Now, but that's not the end of the story. The story is also the fact that as we speak today, 99% of that that $5.5 billion is through grant and concessional loans. So 99% of that amount that comes to Africa comes through two instruments, financial instruments, just two of them, concessional loans and grants. Now, out of the $24 billion that comes to Africa on mitigation, that $24 billion comes through 11 different instruments. And that tells you where the challenge is also, because you only have two instruments bringing in adaptation finance compared to up to 11 instruments bringing in mitigation finance. So what MDBs try to do, and they are largely also supporting these concessional loans and grant as the instrument. The next frontiers of investment, or the next actions that we expect from MDBs, it's how do we begin to use the development capital, which is largely grant and concessional loan. How do we use them innovatively to bring in additional resources using additional instruments? So when we talk about adaptation finance, I want to leave you with three things. So those are those three storylines when it comes to MDBs. But what MDBs needs to do differently going forward, I would like to summarize them into three, and in the interest of time. The first one is a question of adequacy. The question of adequacy is, despite, and we see the previous speaker spoke about the billions of dollars that are needed to implement Africa's NDC. We're talking of hundreds of billions of dollars. So whatever is coming in is nothing compared to the need. So MDBs have an opportunity to increase the adequate supply of that. And they can leverage on their partnerships, they can leverage on their balance sheet, they can leverage on new investment opportunities to bring in more money. Adequacy question is very critical. Number two things they need to do differently going forward is a question of effectiveness of adaptation finance. It will interest you to know that when it comes to adaptation finance, barely 70%, in fact, 65% of adaptation finance trickles to the ground. Some will even argue that it's even lower. The cost of implementing adaptation projects are very expensive. In most cases, they're actually more expensive than mitigation projects. So when it comes to the effectiveness in terms of trickling down, the cost is very high. When it comes to the cost of management of adaptation projects, they are very high. So part of the effectiveness, beyond adequacy, where we need to raise supply, we need to increase supply, we also need to make sure that they are very effective on the ground. And MDBs have a role to play, whether through institutional systems support, whether through regulatory support, or whether through management support, knowledge support, in a way to make sure that adaptation finance are also very effective. Another way for adaptation finance to be very effective is that as we speak today, 70% of adaptation finance in Africa goes to agriculture or water investments. We have limited resources for, biodiversity conservation, limited resources for social protection, limited resources for forestry and others. So it's very important for adaptation finance to be effective that it goes beyond just agriculture and water and sanitation, but it should go to other adaptation sectors. The third point that is very important is innovativeness. Adequacy, effectiveness, and innovativeness. We have to innovate adaptation finance to involve new instruments such as guarantees, such as equities, such as risk-sharing facilities, using insurance tools and the likes in order to be able to do that. Those are some of the conversations that are happening within the MDBs. And we, and including us at the African Development Bank, we welcome the reforms, the MDB reforms, but more importantly, it's very important to see how adaptation can take a stronger role and be given a stronger allocation of value and ultimately increase financing on the ground. I'll keep it there for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Doctor, for this interesting presentation and for your speech. And yeah, this is very encouraging actually to see what the African Development Bank is doing. Not for us, like me as a member of the civil society, African civil society, and also as a young person who's wishing and hoping for a brighter future. So I don't know actually if we go in for questions. Yeah, yes, please. So Doctor, we have a question. So please, are you there? Are you still there? Doctor?
Yes, I'm here. Please go on.
With questions.
Dr. Alfonso, for your presentation, which is very insightful. My question regards the aspects of adequacy, effectiveness, and particularly innovation. How can we really be innovative with the adaptation financing when the providers of adaptation finance really don't come up with facilities that are risk seeking or provide for sufficient risk appetite to innovate? The biggest, and what is the African Development Bank doing about that? Because we would like to see facilities that support adaptation that have high risk appetite and even risk seeking for innovation to thrive. Thanks.
I don't know if Doctor, are you still there?
Yes, I'm there. I can take one more question, then I'll answer them together. I need to run to catch a flight, but I can take one more question.
Just, like take all the questions and later you can just answer all of them.
Yes, that's fine.
Yes, this is James. Good to hear your presentation. I have a conceptual question, actually, because you imply that multilateral development banks are driven by a focus on commercial value, and that part of the reason why, in fact, you don't invest in adaptation is because you do not have a mechanism for valuing the impacts of those investments. In other words, you are saying that development banks cannot invest in adaptation actions because there are no commercial opportunities. No commercial opportunities in adaptation. Is this not contradicting the very reason why the African Development Bank exists? Because I would have imagined that as an MDB, you were actually created to support development actions and not to promote commercial investments. Please clarify.
Okay. We have another question, please.
Merci. Donc, merci aux interventions et je vais réagir peut-être. On est dans la ligne des interventions qui ont été faites sur le financement. Le financement est important. Le financement climatique est important. Mais il y a des questions qu'on doit se poser. Parce que là, on est la société civile qui est en train de discuter sur les questions de financement des climats. Or, aujourd'hui, les acteurs, disons, de financement des climats, on parle un peu des institutions financières. Et la première des choses qui se posent par rapport aux questions de financement par ces institutions, c'est la question des droits au développement. La question des droits au développement, c'est-à-dire, est-ce qu'on finance des projets indépendamment de notre orientation ou bien il y a la conditionnalité? Jusqu'à maintenant, dans la pratique du Fonds monétaire international, c'est la conditionnalité et c'est généralement des conditions posées pour imposer des formes d'austérité qui ont coûté cher à beaucoup de populations. Alors, il y a un paradoxe entre les institutions financières et les États. Nous avons des États qui souffrent de légitimité, qui ont des problèmes, qui vivent beaucoup de problèmes, et nous avons des institutions financières qui cherchent à endetter. Et quand on parle avec les banques et avec le Fonds monétaire international, ils invoquent la corruption des États, la malgouvernance, etc. Mais c'est lui qui donne de l'argent. On est en train d'endetter. Donc déjà, quand on veut parler un peu parce que nous sommes la société civile. Nous sommes la société civile et notre rôle, c'est de plaider pour des politiques transparentes, des politiques pour le droit au développement. C'est-à-dire l'autonomie, l'indépendance des États à choisir leur modèle de développement et le mettre en œuvre. Quand on parle d'adaptation, la population est concernée d'avance. Quelle est la place de la population et des communautés dans notre analyse? Parce que s'adapter à des traumas climatiques qui peuvent toucher le milieu naturel comme peuvent toucher le milieu humain, quelle est la place de la population dans notre concertation? Il faut ce n'est pas une affaire technique, ce n'est pas une affaire bancaire, c'est une affaire d'êtres humains qui vivent sous un traumatisme, par exemple le tremblement de terre qu'a connu le Maroc. Il faut apporter des réponses, mais avec ces gens, avec la participation de ces gens. On n'est pas que les techniques. Il faut aussi que les institutions financières cherchent les États riches qui continuent à payer d'une manière indirecte. Ils continuent à payer d'une manière indirecte en imposant, d'abord, ils contrôlent les sources de crédit à travers les banques. Et deuxièmement,
il impose des politiques de libéralisation, d'investissements anti-toxiques, anti-environnement, et beaucoup d'investissements que nous verrons, c'est les énergies fossiles qui continuent de. Quelle est notre position par rapport à ça? Nous sommes. Il y a le financement propre. On n'a pas parlé de nos potentialités, de notre capacité de mobiliser des financements endogènes. Qu'est-ce qui existe dans notre population qui permet d'aboutir à une certaine résilience et de s'endetter le moins possible? Puis si la dette est nécessaire, il doit être une dette qui crée de la richesse et qui permet de rembourser. C'est pas une dette avec laquelle on paye les fonctionnaires ou bien on renforce un régime sécuritaire. Donc, moi, c'est des questions. Je pense que il faut repositionner notre débat, sortir de la logique techniciste un peu de ce débat qui est intéressante. C'est bien de comprendre les mécanismes de financement, c'est bien de faire attention à un certain nombre de choses, mais notre place en tant que société civile face à des institutions financières qui cherchent à gagner encore davantage, qui essayent de s'adapter, elles, et commence à s'adapter, elle, au nouveau climat, sans changer de nature, sans changer de fond. Je vous remercie.
Please, can we just answer these questions or later we can just take another ones? Yeah, probably.
Can I just answer the questions? You have to forgive me.
The speaker is taking a flight, so probably he doesn't have enough time, like just to take all the questions, but we can just, proceed with and the questions that you already have. Doctor, please, can you just proceed with the answers?
Thank you. Thank you very much. And forgive me, I will be joining you tomorrow virtually, and I'll be happy to come back to provide some additional thoughts and reflections. So let me start with my colleague, James. The question that you raised about the MDBs not taking, are being very commercialized, I actually didn't refer to the MDBs. I said the global financial system. So the global financial order of today, and I put that in a context. Colleagues, I've always asked myself, do we have enough resources to make all nations of the world to be developed, or to at least not be poor? Whatever quantum of resources needed to eliminate poverty globally, is it there? And the answer is yes. The money is there in the global financial system to achieve all of the development goals of all developing countries. The challenge is distribution. And I think the speaker before me alluded to that as well. Gave an example of COVID and gave an example of what the government did. Look, I can add to that example. The top 100 commercial banks, private-owned commercial banks, top 100 globally, they have a balance sheet of $120 trillion. $120 trillion. That's private company, 100 banks. That's an average 1.2 trillion per bank. You don't want to talk about the assets or the private fund managers like Vanguard of this world, the BlackRock of this world. We're talking of organizations that own over $450 trillion in assets. So resources are there, at least we're made to believe. The problem is the global financial system is not based on the ethics of helping the poor. It's based on commercial business. It's based on exchange. And that's why any global interest, any global goal, whether it's adaptation or it is eradicating poverty, if it doesn't have a commercial value, you can be rest assured, and this is the honest truth, you can be rest assured that it may be a challenge for resources to flow in that direction. Now, what the MDBs are meant to do or should be doing, and I think they're doing it to a certain extent, but they are not probably doing them well enough, is to correct that notion, to make sure that the things like poverty reduction, like ecosystem management, that are of tremendous value to humanity, should, whether they are commercialized or not, they should remain a priority in the global order. And I think we need to get that picture. What MDBs are trying to do is that public good. It's basically what we call public good. However, there's a question about whether they are doing that well enough. And I think we all know the answers to that. What I would also say to the first question is also to recognize that we have not put economic value on the benefits of adaptation. That's our biggest challenge. We have not put economic value, and please, economic and financial value on the benefits of adaptation. The day we manage to do that, what is the value of saving one life? What is the value of investing in food security? What is the value of investing in resilience project? That when we manage to do that, we can be sure that additional capital or increased capital will flow in the direction of adaptation. And I'm hoping that we can all collectively put our heads and minds together to be able to push ourselves in that direction. What is the economic value of adaptation benefit? Can we do that the same way we have put an economic value on a ton of carbon? I'll keep it there for now. Thank you very much. I will join you in the rest of the meeting later tomorrow and hoping to contribute to the conversation. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much, dear Dr. Olufonso. Thank you for answering our questions. And probably we have to move to the other speaker. So is it an online session or like, oh, okay. Thank you. So I will give, okay, probably Mr. Shakri has something to say. Oh, okay. So I'll be moving, and give the floor to Charles. So you can just introduce the next speaker. And thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wafa. Let's come for Dr. Wafa. Félicitations, Dr. Wafa. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. We don't want to kill her on stage. She has moderated like 2 sessions. So thank you so much. She's our good young person and a graduate of Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice. And we're always proud of our young people. Thank you. Chakri told me that we are going to finish and then we can take lunch and we are done. So, and I'm told you all agreed. So we are listening to the last presentation of the day. And I want to invite Peter Ovengo. Now, Peter Ovengo is from the Kenya National Treasury. He's actually the designated national authority to GCF. So he's a GCF vocal point really for Kenya. But most importantly, Ovengo coordinates an initiative that we launched in Egypt last year during COP27. And we call it African Forum for National Designated Authorities to GCF, which is a network that brings all the NDAs or designated national authorities, for GCF, what we call the NDAs mostly. And that network captures, or the catchment is for all, or the whole of Africa and all the NDAs across Africa. So it's a new initiative. It is now about 1 year old. And Peter Ovengo is a coordinator. We co-host that with him. So he's coming in to talk to us. And the topic that he's going to cover today, he's going to look at how, financing locally led, adaptation, actions. And Ovengo is going to talk specifically about an initiative really that is running in Kenya, which was alluded to by my brother Abuya, which is called Financing Locally Led Actions. It's a big project financed by World Bank and other countries, but it's helping so much in addressing local level adaptation initiatives at the county level. We have 47 counties in Kenya, and that money is flowing down to where the counties are. So allow me, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Peter Ovengo to make his brief presentation. Victor Vengo, can you hear us?
Hello, Charles. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Go ahead. Go ahead. You go ahead.
Oh, great. Thank you very much, colleagues. Good evening. Good evening. Here it is evening, there it is in the morning in Morocco. But let me just take this opportunity, first of all, to thank PAGJA and the organizers to allow this new young network to share with you the experiences on how, as an African continent, can translate the actual climate finance mobilization, deployment in the fulfillment of the UNFCCC Convention, which is the mother of the Paris Agreement, Article 9 of which clearly indicates means of implementation. And within the means of implementation within the Paris Agreement, there are three key aspects: capacity building, technology transfer, and climate finance. Climate finance is the key pillar in driving the change, that is needed, particularly in countries which are at the front line of climate change, like many countries in Africa. Secondly, it is also very, very important that the finance, as defined within the convention, within the Paris Agreement, need to be predictable, sustainable, and be provided in scale. Now, when you look at when you look at those, Africa has not been accessing the resources to respond to its adaptive capacity and building the resilience as required by almost 80% of the national designated or updated national determined contribution as presented in 2020. It is upon this background that AFDAN was formed to ensure, support, and enable Africa to access climate finance in scale, to have a predictable in terms of amount that is required to respond to the scale of building resilience and adapting to the already warming. And finally, to ensure that the technology that is provided, that is supposed to be transferred to respond to this, is given and not part of the business. Given the challenges that the countries have been seeing, and given that I also been part and parcel of the establishment of the national designated authorities for the GCF, as already alluded by one of my colleagues, Ndugu Abuya, who gave a presentation there. There are challenges, which is the challenges that has been seen, and it's just like the challenges of accessing climate finance from the GCF, complexity, delays, bureaucracy, which was seen in the multilateral development banks, like the World Bank in the past, and also within the CDM, persisted up to now. It is on this accord that Kenya decided to move and scale up what we call financing locally led climate action. Financing locally led climate action, FLOCA, is responding to the gap which has been seen over the last 10, 15 years, where the priority of most African countries is adaptation and building the local resilience. But when you see the amount of the resources that are flowing for adaptation, it is less than 4%, which makes us think that there is a cap given to African countries that climate finance cannot flow more than 4%, whether it is in GEF, whether it is in GCF, whether it is in all others, it is always resonating from the 4% cap. Yet, when you now, according to adaptation report 2020 UNDP, and according to the Africa Development Bank analysis, which was African Development Bank hub has already been indicated, the amount which is required for adaptation is huge, running from between 400 billion running up to 700 billion. Yet when you look at the 4% that we are getting, we are not getting in scale. It is on these premises that we said in Kenya, we have to be innovative and we have to be on our own and look at ways through which we can mobilize resources in scale to take to the locally led action. The main objective of LOCA is to build, number one, it is a phased approach, which has what we call IPF component, which is a policy development and strengthening of policy framework and structures at the national level, then building the local capacities of the subnational levels to manage, mobilize, understand, and scale up and identify climate action on that. So FLOCA started in 2020, and we had the country has already done all preliminary assessments, and the fund and the program is aligned by the national policy strategies, the national climate change, the national climate finance policy 2018, the National Climate Change Act 2016, the medium-term expenditure framework and medium-term plans, which are 5 years, provided by the fiscal frameworks from the National Treasury or Ministry of Finance. It is also aligned to the national climate change action plans, which we have. Those are planning tools. And all those were put together to come up with what we call the government financing locally led climate action program. That program developed in 2020 jointly with the World Bank and all institutions that are relevant for climate change was estimated at that time to cost $1.05 billion within a 5-year period. Now, within this bigger program of 1.50 billion for the 5 years, now World Bank came in to support the government of Kenya and provided $150 million from the IDA component. And then as a result of this $150 million, this money was to crowd in additional finances, of which Daneda, the government of Denmark, provided $9.7 million. CEDA provided $14.4 million. The government of Netherlands provided $10 million. Then the government of Japan through KfW provided additional 31 million euros. Now, as we are moving in, now the government from the government of Kenya and the government of Germany are now negotiating debt to climate swap of about 60 million euros. I've had my colleague a number of presentations, which was very correct to see how this can be done. Now, this money of the debt swap for climate change is not swapping the debt. It is these countries are accepting to forego a percentage of their interest that they would have taken to their country as what they earned in loaning Kenya the money they loaned 10, 15 years ago. Now that money, once it is given as a swap, it means that it is now ring-fenced and it becomes part and parcel of local climate financing, local action. A very good model for accessing money without going through the GCF, without going through the bilaterals of writing proposals, without all the shenanigans and the bottlenecks and TAs that are being created there. So far, the program, we have moved to a level now from the 150 that Kenya mobilized. Now we are already reached the target of 300 million, 295 million, of which significant amount is now grant. The grant is what we require as Africa to finance and to finance our adaptation actions, measures, NAPs, and also to build the resilience and provide the support for the disaster risk management. I am aware that some of my colleagues, the banks and the private sector looks for the bottom line. Before they see the bottom line, they cannot factor in. Adaptation is bankable, and adaptation can yield results in a month. But the challenge is that it cannot be quantified. So within that, the FLOCA then goes on to have what we call result-based component. The result-based component means that the money which is mobilized is ring-fenced into a national climate finance fund. And that fund in the central bank is in both external currencies, the US dollars and the local currency. Then from that local currency, and based on our Climate Change Act, which requires that all the 47 subnationals should have their own determined national, county, or subnational climate change acts. Within those acts, the FLOCA program supported all the subnational, or supported 45 of the 47 of the subnational, particularly in the rural areas, to come up with their county or subnational specific climate change act. Within that climate change act, there was a requirement that they have to come with a sub-county climate change policy, sub-county climate finance policy, then sub-county national climate change action plan, and then sub-county dedicated special purpose account, which is referred as sub-county or county climate change fund. Now, when the fund comes from the the national one, then this fund is now dedicated to go to the subnational fund. But within the result-based framework, there are FLOCA is divided into two grants. The first grant is called County Climate Change Institutional Support Grant. This grant is designed in a manner that when a baseline assessment was conducted in 2020, it was found that these subnationals had a lot of gaps, institutional weaknesses, and also lack of capacity to implement those policies, legislative frameworks, and also the new funds that have been that has been created under this new legislation. So it was decided that we have two grants. One is for institutional grants. Then this institutional grants was capped at $100,000 per year for the next 3 years, from 2021 to 2024. Now, because all the subnational levels were required to establish new institutional frameworks, and all of them in the law and in the policy establish what we call county climate change units. They are all within the counties, and no one knows any area is left behind, including the city areas. Now, that money was supposed to build their capacity to avoid these haphazard technical assistance which are provided by all types of development partners which are not conforming to the local level. Then there is now the main grant. The main grant is called County or Subnational Climate Change Resilient Investment Grant. Now that investment grant is now the money that now these subnationals are now, having been empowered with the law, now use this grant, which covers the entire subnational, to finance climate, particularly adaptation and resilient building measures, which they prioritize at the local level. Within these subnationals, there is what we call wards. Then the counties, the subnational, were also required to form ward climate change committees. And those ward climate change committees in Kenya, we have 1,450 wards. So all the wards formed their climate change committees. Now, these ward climate change committees were now taken through a process of what we call participatory climate risk assessment. These participatory climate risk assessment at all those sub-lower units, the front line, where the climate action takes place, where the most vulnerable people are, now are supposed to be convened, supported, mobilized, and awareness created using the county climate change institutional support grant to enable them understand all the systems within the value chain. Now, once they got into the value chain and trained on this, then the investment grant is divided and has been prioritized into 4. The key broader areas of investment is water, climate smart agriculture, disaster risk management, and to a lesser extent, capacity building, encompassing all the types and segregated gender, youth, people with disabilities, and indigenous people's action. So now this money, according to the design, each money has got an average of $2 per year, $2 million per year, an average of $2 million per year for the next 4 years to finance adaptation. Now, when you look at that, it is responding to the Paris Agreement requirement that the money must flow to where it is needed. Secondly, that money has to flow in scale. I think if you go to a lower level or a sub-level, and they have $2 million per year for the next 4 years, that is $8 million for that local action, which compared to the GCF, which will take you 3 years to get 3 million from the GCF readiness support, and that readiness support is only going to the institution. So this design responds to mobilizing climate finance, one, in scale, it is predictable, and it is financing the priority as provided for within the national determined contribution, which in the Kenyan case, it is adaptation linked with resilient building. Now, once that money goes there, the counties, the national team, have got a team of technical from all climate relevant institutions provided for in the law. Now, these national teams are required to strengthen the subnational technical teams in ensuring that the policies of the national is aligned with the subnational policies, and the same subnational policies are aligned with the local level climate action, and the priority of the areas of intervention is provided by none other than the local people elected democratically at within the house and village level. The purpose of that long value chain was to ensure that no any higher thinking can influence the outcome or the prioritization of the local people, the local action, so that the money which is mobilized for adaptation, resilience building, and support can now reach the front line and thereby provide what we call a just transition to a better climate in the future. So once that one reaches there, then those institutions are now already established, supported, and now the flow, the finance can now flow from the international, national, subnational, and then to the local level where now the action is given. Now this team is also supported by M&E, monitoring and evaluation to undertake the MRV process, which will now be used by Kenya to report back to the UNFCCC systems as provided for in Article 9.14, transparency of reporting. So within the whole framework, it is this program adapting the 6 principles of locally led adaptation that is now linked with the finances to ensure that the local communities, the local people are already are accessing resources based on their vulnerability. But remember, I said the average, the $2 million is average. There are areas with higher climate impacts than other areas. The higher you have the impact, the higher you have the access to the resources. So there is a formula that was established under the national framework to ensure that those areas which are highly impacted access more because the vulnerability is higher. And then those areas which are now becoming prone to climate change access a little bit less as they build their resilience going forward. So far, what have we achieved? Number one, early wins. Or in Kenya, all the 45 subnationals have already developed all their legal policy strategies and institutional framework up to the local level. Two, as we are talking now, we have already disbursed more than 1.1 more or 100 million US dollars as institutional support grant, 2 tranches. The first one in April and the second one was done in June. So that one has gone. Now those institutional support grant are the one which have now enabled the communities to undertake what is called PCRA framework, participatory climate risk assessment, to come up with prioritized investment frameworks which they want to put in the money. As we are talking now, the World Bank had already released 60 million US dollars, which is now ready to be given to the counties now. So that, according to to our local currency, is 7.3 billion Kenyan shillings, the largest money which has gone to the lowest level ever possible in the history of the country, and the money is distributed more or less equitably, not equally, but equitably to all counties. As we are talking now, the result for the survey and the score, because it is result-based, you score based on the key instruments which you are put in place and the priority. So by 27th, all the 45 counties will be able to access that average of 2 million US dollars for this year alone, and then the process for the next one has been done. Third, as a result of that good institutional framework for devolving climate finance to the front line, Kenya in May also qualified for what we called IMF Sustainable Resilient Facility, RSF facility, to the tune of 540 million US dollars. Now, these 500 million US dollars, which we just qualified now in May and announced in July, will be part and parcel of financing locally led prioritized adaptation and building the local resilience. So when you look at the original plan of 1.05 billion US dollars over a 5-year period, and when you look at the money that has been mobilized or catalyzed or accelerated by the $150 million from the World Bank, then it means that we are nearing mobilizing that 1 billion by the end of it is almost done anyway by the end of mid next year. So the program is designed to catalyze the mobilization of the climate finance in scale and in a predictable manner so that it can enhance planning, budgeting, execution, and then reporting in a coordination way. The fourth one is that private sector, a number of private sector, particularly from the financial institutions, have already come in and committed. Citibank has already evaluated all the systems and already committed at least 30% of their corporate social responsibility for ensuring their sustainability for the next 5 years. So it means that we are in a process of scaling up the mobilization, deployment, and also capacity building going to the lowest level. So in a conclusion, one key thing that came out during the presentation, which I really like most, we as African countries, we need to change the trick. Business as usual will not help. The formation, the transformation, or the restructuring of the multilateral development agencies will take time. Yet we are already banning. So we have to have a two-track approach. And this two-track approach is what now AFDAN, Africa GCF NDS is now network is now bringing in, so that while they are talking about the challenges or to reform those institutions, which will be difficult anyway, the World Bank have received more than 10 reforms, and each reform comes with the similar challenges in different colors. UNFCCC or UN have seen establishment of several funds from the JEF, from the Adaptation Fund, from the Least Development Fund, and finally it was GCF, and now talking about laws and amendments. All these have not responded to the needs of the people at the local level, never. So creation of funds will not solve the problem of access. We have to come with new ways of getting the money. Two, AFDAN is now ensuring that the debt that we have, all the debts, everybody who we will have this debt, we will negotiate on the profit, not on the debt, because the profit they are charging is also escalating. So at least a portion of the profit will be taken to finance climate change. We need that debt. We already signed it. It is with us. It is us to disperse it to them, as opposed to going to write proposals of 180 pages, feasibility studies which people cannot run. So colleagues, I want all the countries to activate their national designated authorities to join AFDAN, so that we request and demand the reform of GCF to work for Africa, because we can do it. We have 10 members there, and create new streams for scaled access of GCF resources, the 13 billion that they have. If you look at the GCF laws of land, in fact, more than 70% of the money has gone to the traditional multilateral banks. Less than 30% has gone to the African, to respond to African and developing countries, and of which 30%, only less than 4% has been dedicated to adaptation. It is now the time we need to speak in one voice. We should not continue presenting in workshops. We now need practical two-way approach. We call it FLOCA Plus, locally led action with the people, provide the money to the people so that we can move, because disasters are increasing. Money is available. They collected 16 trillion US dollars to respond to COVID within 1 year, 1 and 2 years. They have failed to mobilize 100 billion in 10 years. So we have no confidence that if we follow the old ways, all the old routes, we will be able to get money to support this process. I surrender. I want to stop here so that I can respond to questions and how we could move to the next level. Over to you, Ndugu Charles.
Merci Peter, c'était vraiment une grande expérience, un travail local. En principe, c'est un travail que doit se faire dans tous les pays, parce qu'il faut avoir les moyens, les outils pour avoir de l'argent aussi local, parce que pour drainer de l'argent international, on a besoin aussi de mobiliser l'argent local, aussi bien du secteur privé que du secteur public. Et l'exemple de Kenya, c'est un très bon cas sur lequel on peut aussi travailler. On vient d'arriver vers la fin, donc il ne reste pas plus que maximum 15 minutes pour être correct avec vous. Dans ces 15 minutes, on va les répartir comme ça. En 10 minutes, on va faire une capitalisation de tout ce que nous avons vu aujourd'hui, surtout de ce matin. Il y avait des questions bien précises. Vous avez vu que pour le financement de l'adaptation, il y a des obstacles. À votre avis, quels sont, pour l'Afrique, les obstacles d'avoir le financement de climat? Mais je ne veux pas avoir des discours. J'aimerais bien avoir des réponses précises. Ce sont les obstacles. Un obstacle, une phrase, c'est très suffisante. Donc, cette première question, on ne va pas dépasser 3 minutes. C'est-à-dire, ceux qui vont intervenir donnent des obstacles. Et j'aimerais bien que quelqu'un, c'est Mohamed, c'est quelqu'un qui vient pour un peu visualiser, pour garder en mémoire les obstacles. Donc, s'il vous plaît, une question de... Je pense qu'il y a un... Avec quoi tu vas écrire?
Pour moi, je pense que les pays ils ont un problème de formulation de leurs besoins et aussi la quantification du besoin exact, ce qu'ils veulent.
C'est Mohamed? Oui, il est parti. C'est Mohamed. أنس ديك كانت عندنا واحد une boîte هنايا فيها اجي سي محمد اجي. Tu viens, c'est Mohamed. Alors, si j'ai bien compris, il faut que les pays identifient leurs besoins. Donc, identification des besoins. Hein? Comment? Quantification. C'est-à-dire, ils doivent quantifier. Donc, c'est bien précise. D'accord. اسمح لي كانت استاذ من بعد.
أنا أتحدث بالعربية شوي. أظن لأن من الأوبستاكل أن التمويل لم يستهدف الدول الفقيرة exactement. أظن أنه أظن أن تزايد المساعدات المناخية هو اللي يقود إفريقيا على أنها تعود من الدول لأكثر ديون.
Il n'y a pas une vraie communication, une vraie coordination entre les différents pays africains.
Il n'y a pas de coopération entre les pays africains. Donc, coopération entre pays africains.
Il faut qu'il y ait des financements climato-compatibles avec les besoins réels des pays africains, et tout ça dans une approche droit au développement.
Quels sont les obstacles pour accès?
Justement, cette approche, on ne prend pas en considération cette approche droit au développement des pays africains dans le financement. Voilà, on les donne. Non, dans une approche droit, le droit au développement, on les donne, c'est question de bénéficiaires clients, banque client, c'est ça l'approche. C'est l'approche commerciale, voilà, voilà. C'est une approche droit au développement. Donc, si
j'ai bien compris, il faut que les pays africains essayent de faire un peu la promotion, je ne sais pas. L'approche commerciale et pas. Donc, l'approche commerciale.
Alors, déjà, sur l'ensemble des finances climat, des banques bilatérales et multilatérales, juste entre 15 et 20% concernent l'adaptation. Déjà, il y a un problème sur le pourcentage affecté à l'adaptation. Il faut plaidoyer pour que ce pourcentage soit augmenté.
Donc, je répète la question. Quels sont les obstacles qui empêchent les pays africains à avoir un financement sur tout ce qui est adaptation? C'est ça la question, il est clair. Quels sont les obstacles? Donc, il n'y a pas assez d'argent pour la finance climat.
Il faudrait aussi penser à renforcer les capacités de la société civile.
C'est pas seulement la... Alors, vous m'excusez, s'il vous plaît, c'est une question très importante. Tout à l'heure, on a vu que ceux qui ont bénéficié en premier de l'adaptation, c'était l'Inde. C'était les pays un peu asiatiques. Et nous avons un grand problème parce que le renforcement de compétences au niveau de certains pays ne permettent pas de drainer de l'argent pour la finance climat. C'est un grand obstacle. Donc, vous savez comment pour avoir de l'argent, il faut écrire des projets, donc le renforcement des compétences, c'est un grand, ou monsieur, la faible compétence, les faibles compétences pour drainer de l'argent pour la finance climat.
Parmi les contraintes, c'est l'accès limité, la représentation limitée des pays africains dans le bureau de négociation pour financer donc les projets d'adaptation et des.
Monsieur Saïd, vous l'avez dit tout à l'heure. Monsieur Saïd, vous l'avez dit tout à l'heure, les pays africains n'auront pas l'adaptation attractive à travers des projets. Je reprends, Monsieur Saïd, vous l'avez dit tout à l'heure, les pays africains n'auront pas l'adaptation au changement climatique très active en adoptant des projets attractifs avec une approche gagnant-gagnant parce qu'on ne donne rien gratuitement. Donc, il faut aller dans cette approche gagnant-gagnant, c'est-à-dire celui qui va fournir.
C'est très bien dit. Alors, je fais rappel, à ce qu'il a dit le monsieur de la Banque africaine. Qu'est-ce qu'il a dit? Il ne faut pas aller tout simplement dans l'adaptation pour l'eau, pour la forêt. Il faut aller vers l'adaptation pour l'infrastructure, pour tout ce qui est un peu attractif pour la banque. Donc, il faut changer un peu notre méthode parce que nous, lorsqu'on parle d'adaptation, c'est surtout pour les ressources. Mais maintenant, il y a une autre, par exemple, l'adaptation urbaine. On doit aussi parler de l'adaptation au niveau urbain. Donc, c'est aussi un volet sur lequel on doit aussi travailler.
Peut-être un autre point, c'est la complexité pour accès aux finances climat. Donc, il y a beaucoup de... La procédure est un peu compliquée. Parfois, il ne répond pas. Les projets ne répondent pas aux priorités des pays développés.
Donc, c'est l'absence de compétence, c'est la faible compétence pour drainer, parce qu'il y a le processus, parfois, ce n'est pas facile.
شكرا. أنا بالنسبة لي يعني في غالب الأحيان تنساو على أن كاين دي دوناتور ولا اللي تيعطيونا دوك القروض وهما لي غران، هما الكبار، هما اللي تيعطيو الحقهم يعني لو دروا ديال انه يديروا الفيتو. لي زيتازوني شفنا على انه داخل لا بنك مونديال هي الوحيده اللي عطات راسها الحق انها الا ما عجبهاش شي برنامج او شي بروغرام تحبسوا. اذا هاد الناس هادو منظمين مزيان، وهاد الناس هادو هما اللي تيتحكموا في الماكرو ايكونوميك، فراه ما غيمكنش ان شي حاجه ما عندهمش فيها لانتيري alors que حنا دي مارشي بالنسبه لهم. افريقيا مارشي. دونك اذا la question c'est qu'il faut une indépendance des États africains de la finance mondiale. L'indépendance تكون plus ou moins c'est elle qui va donner une opportunité à ces pays africains de se développer et de aller en avant.
Alors, اسمحوا لي j'arrête لان déjà هذه الى خدات لي زوبستاكل. فيبل اوتونومي لان غتدخل في لا غوفرنونس ديال رابيدمون. اخر واحد واخا كتب مع اسم محمد، كتب مع غير كتب مع اسم نوصل.
Le monsieur de la banque, il a beaucoup parlé de la mobilisation citoyenne, de la mobilisation au niveau local. Donc, faible mobilisation citoyenne, manque de mécanismes de démocratie participative qui sont nécessaires pour et la convergence territoriale.
Et l'exemple de Kenya, c'est un très bon exemple. L'exemple de Kenya, c'est un très bon exemple. Comment ils ont créé des outils pour financer localement l'adaptation. Donc, c'est un très bon cas. Alors maintenant, lorsqu'on a vu les obstacles, la deuxième question, quelles sont les réformes souhaitées, surtout pour les banques multilatérales, pour faciliter l'accès au financement de l'adaptation? Quelles sont les réformes que nous, société civile, d'ailleurs, ils ont été dit. Moi, je suis en train de faire le récap de ce qui a été dit dans les présentations. Donc, quelles sont les réformes? Qu'est-ce qu'on souhaite pour faciliter l'accès au financement, surtout pour les banques multilatérales et surtout les banques, par exemple, la Banque mondiale, la FMI, tout ça? Quelles sont les réformes? Quels sont les souhaits pour nous pour effectivement faciliter cet accès?
Mettre en place un système de contrôle et de traçage des fonds acquis pour, enfin, où ça va aller contrôler en fait la gestion des ressources. Les États.
Donc, il faut que les États, parce que la Banque mondiale ou les banques multilatérales sont généralement, les contributeurs sont les États. Donc, il faut que les États mettent en place des mécanismes de contrôle, de suivi. Et aussi la gouvernance, parce que la question, c'est comment améliorer, comment on changer un peu cette gouvernance de ces banques multilatérales. Donc, c'est la deuxième. Et tu peux mettre une deuxième comme ça pour la deuxième question. Donc, la première chose, c'est mettre en place une gouvernance au niveau de ces banques pour faciliter l'accès. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres réformes? Saïd, tu nous as dit beaucoup de réformes. Alors, tu nous rappelles une ou deux comme ça pour...
Pour moi, ce qui est important, c'est de revoir la gouvernance de la Banque mondiale. Donc, on veut une voix africaine au sein de ces tables de discussion. Si je me rappelle bien aussi, le financement climatique doit être un petit peu concessionnel et beaucoup plus des subventions pour les pays à faible revenu.
Et c'est l'occasion de défendre une place pour l'Afrique, parce qu'il n'y a pas de place pour l'Afrique dans le mécanisme de gouvernance. Maintenant, l'Afrique, il est parmi G20 je pense. Donc, pourquoi pas, c'est une occasion, comme société civile africaine, de dire, c'est l'occasion aussi que l'Afrique siège au niveau de, si vous voulez, comment dirais-je, de conseil, de la gouvernance de la Banque mondiale.
Dans l'article 16 des ODD, qui parle des institutions fiables, fortes et autonomes, qui sont capables de prendre une décision. Il faut couper avec l'État jacobien, il faut attendre la Rabat pour la capitale pour prendre une décision. Donc, c'est des institutions fortes et des institutions transparentes et des institutions autonomes.
Donc, il faut qu'il y ait ce sont les réformes. Il faut des institutions, Mohamed, des institutions transparentes. Je pense que ce sont des questions qui peuvent nous faire revenir un peu tout le débat qui était durant toute cette journée.
En réalité, parmi les grands problèmes, c'est d'abord la gouvernance au niveau des pays elles-mêmes. On a vu en Afrique, parfois, il y a des pays où il y a uniquement 2 millions de personnes, beaucoup de richesses, et 40% de la population qui est pauvre, mais les gouvernements sont trop riches par rapport à des pays trop pauvres. Donc, ce n'est pas question uniquement de financer, mais c'est aussi s'assurer que c'est la population qui va bénéficier. Et donc là, oui, là, il y a la coopération multilatérale, il y a la coopération bilatérale, mais il y a aussi la coopération décentralisée qui doit être renforcée entre les territoires, tout en impliquant, ça a été dépassé à Abdelhay, c'est vraiment décentralisé en impliquant Donc, il faut absolument avoir cette décentralisation des jumelages, mais aussi des fonds qui vont directement, en impliquant tous les acteurs, société civile, coopératives, etc., et non pas uniquement les gouvernements. Il faut qu'il y ait voilà, une convergence.
Je pense que la dernière question, c'est que... Oui.
Je crois aussi qu'il y a une chose très importante à soulever, c'est comment faire la distinction entre un projet de développement et un projet de changement climatique, parce que certains pays présentent des projets, mais ils sont refusés par les bailleurs de fonds en tant que projet de développement. Ils n'entrent pas dans le financement climat. Là, pour cela, il faut bien définir des indicateurs en relation avec le changement climatique pour pouvoir bénéficier des finances climat.
Je pense que Charles, s'il le suit, maintenant, il y a un grand effort sur effectivement le droit au développement et que cette question climat-développement, il est en train de disparaître. Je pense qu'on a entamé une étape, c'est que au moins dans les négociations, les projets de développement font partie aussi des projets de climat. Is good? Is good? Donc, dernière question, la dernière, لا غادي نوقف السي احمد الله يطول عمركم صافي. الوغ غادي لان غير يسمح لي راه مكره اخاك لا بطل، راه شوف دابا 42 وحنا خصنا نوقفوا في 30، راه كيغوتوا عليا الغدا. شوف الاستاذ من Je pense que ça ne traduit pas nos chers interprètes. Donc, dernière question et on va terminer. Demain, on va lancer ici au Maroc une grande campagne qui s'appelle Cape to Promise. Keep to promise. Keep your promise. Keep your promise. Yes. حتى تغيرات. Belinda, in Nairobi, we have keep to promise. Now you have keep your promise. OK. Donc, quels sont les messages? Quels sont les messages pour la COP 28 sur la question de finance d'adaptation que nous, comme société civile, on doit le porter comme slogan ou comme, si vous voulez, des messages, des grands messages clés. À votre avis, est-ce qu'il y a des messages clés sur la question de finance d'adaptation? Est-ce qu'il y a des messages clés? Déjà, c'est un message qui pure promesse.
J'ai un message très simple et clair, je pense très important, c'est à défendre pour avoir un plan global d'adaptation. Non, le plan global pour l'adaptation.
Pour un plan global de l'adaptation, parce que déjà, pour un objectif global pour l'adaptation.
Il y a deux messages, je trouve importants. C'est d'abord les pays qui ont fait des promesses en vertu des conventions et protocoles doivent tenir leur engagement en matière de financement. La deuxième chose, c'est
Belinda, يلا.
الميساج سي سعيد، غنتكلم بالعربيه. اولا لازم ان الدول المتقدمه تعترف بمسؤوليتها التاريخيه حول التغير المناخي، هكا غادي نكونوا نضمنوا اكثر تمويلات للدول المستضعفه والدول المتضرره من التغير المناخي.
كفى من ازدواجيه في التعامل والسلوك مع الدول ديال السائره في طريق النمو، لان كاينه ازدواجيه في المعايير وازدواجيه في السلوك من طرف الدول اللي دوا عليهم قبيله السي من يخلف.
أنا عندي مساج هو أولا للدول المتقدمة أنها تضاعف التمويل لمساعدة الدول النامية على التكييف مع تغيرات المناخ.
Moi, je veux dire juste pas de développement sans adaptation. Sans adaptation. Ouais.
Je veux ajouter deux mots sur le message Keep your promise for Africa.
Financer ou subir?
Financer ou la
Création d'un fonds monétaire africain qui sera financé et alimenté mondialement, mais qui doit être géré par l'Afrique et par les compétences africaines. Parce que, voilà, si tu cherches, si tu traverses la rivière sans moi, eh ben, tu vas...
C'est très bien. Donc, développer ou élaborer un fonds africain ou un fonds par l'Afrique.
We need a worldwide finance with us, not against us, as a African and Moroccan youth.
Okay. Dernière.
Il y a beaucoup, je préfère de dire, hein. Une, mettez l'Afrique au cœur de programmes de développement, pas au cœur de vos intérêts d'investissement.
Très bien. Bien dit. Mettez l'Afrique au cœur de développement et non au Je pense, je vous remercie parce que c'était un exercice rapide. C'est tout simplement pour rafraîchir un peu la mémoire de cette longue journée très riche. Très riche, c'était une journée très riche en informations. On vous remercie. Mais c'est Anas, واحد دقيقة سي أنس. أنا افتكرت بشيء. Belinda ou la Charles. Et je donne le mot de clôture à Sibouj Abelhend pour un peu faire un mot de clôture et aussi de nous rappeler le programme de demain.
Hey, bonsoir Gattuso. You people are so resilient. I'm so impressed that this issue is so serious that we can actually postpone our lunch, to almost dinner. Thank you so very much for your patience. Thank you so much really for your participation. Thank you so much for your very, very good contributions. We are very, 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 very grateful. In a very special way, I want to thank our partners. Of course, UNECA represented by Dr. Murobezi, who is a brother who sticks much closer to us than anybody else. And we are very grateful, sir, for your time and for sacrificing your weekend needed to be together with us. We are so grateful to Nicholas Abuya, our brother. Sorry for cutting you short in the presentation. I know we'll be able to release that particular paper and it's going to be available, for consumption because he actually developed that paper, which is on climate, climate finance policy. We are going to release it at some point, probably around COP. And we know we're going to have more time to interact with that presentation. So thank you so very much. Abuya works for Christian Aid. He's actually the global, lead on climate finance. And we are grateful and privileged to have him with us. We are so grateful to my sister, Mother Bekere, so very much for being together with us. She works for DI, and she's really a specialist on climate finance, especially data matters. We are very, very grateful. And to our colleagues, again, from FES, for co-hosting, this with us. We are very, very, very grateful. Our partners from East Africa Farmers Federation and the bigger PAFO, we are very, very grateful, for your being with us. In a very special way, again, thank you so very much to our presenters, particularly also our online participants, Dr. Rufunso Somorin, who is the regional principal officer for African Development Bank, a very busy man, but again, he had to sacrifice, his time all the way from Canada. I think it was very early morning when he made the presentation. We are so grateful. And my brother, Peter Ovengo, online, again, for that very, very beautiful presentation. We are going to say that slogan as we finish, but again, our moderators, Dr. Wafa, thank you so very much. Thank you so very much, Shakri Said, my brother, for that wonderful moderation. And of course, our other colleagues from FES who also moderated the sessions and our presenters also. I remember we had, I need to mention the names. We had Said County also. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you so much, Widad Shauku, again, for your wonderful presentation. And of course, last, but very important, our translators and our camera people, our media people. Of course, we are very grateful for that kind of support. I'm going to invite my brother who is going to dismiss us for today, but we are gathering here tomorrow, okay? Dome, we are meeting again here, Dome, so that we continue with this conversation. And tomorrow, we will be launching a very important initiative for North Africa, which we call Community of Practice on Adaptation. We want to practice what we have discussed today. So it's going to be anchored, by Chakri here, our platform in Morocco, but we're going to launch it. And thereafter, in the afternoon, we are going to launch a campaign, which is called Keep the Promise, and I think is going to talk about that. So thank you so very much. I want to again say, Adara Munahia. Adara Munahia. Adela Munahia. Adela Munahia. Thank you so very much, sir.
حاوية بالعدالة المناخية. Thank you, Charles. شكرا. Thank you, Charles. Donc, merci Charles, merci. Je tiens tout d'abord de m'excuser parce que je n'ai pas pu être parmi vous. On était très pris pour des questions professionnelles parce qu'on gère toujours les problématiques liées au séisme qui a frappé dernièrement le Maroc, comme vous le savez. On essaie de gérer pas mal de problèmes qui sont liés à l'éducation de nos enfants et de nos jeunes. Donc, vous êtes la bienvenue, que ce soit nos collègues qui sont venus de l'Afrique, que ce soit aux collègues et des amis qui sont venus de différentes villes du Maroc. On est très ravis de vous accueillir ici dans cette ville. On vous espérons bien sûr un séjour formidable ici à Marrakech. Et j'espère bien que l'échange d'aujourd'hui a été fructueux autour des problématiques qui sont liées au changement climatique et la question d'adaptation. Et j'espère bien que vous avez sorti avec des recommandations, peut-être des outputs qui pourraient servir comme une carte que nous pourrons suivre au niveau africain. Donc, merci à tout le monde. Et je tiens à vous rappeler que demain, Inch'Allah, comme a dit Charles, on aura la continuité cette journée-là avec une initiative portée par nos collègues de PACJA. Mais on aura aussi dans l'après-midi, vous êtes toujours tous invités, un forum de jeunes africains qui va débattre sur les questions du changement climatique et qui va être tenu demain, Inch'Allah, à partir de 15h. C'est Hakim? Hein? Oui, bien sûr. Donc, vous êtes la bienvenue. J'espère que ces jours-là vont être vraiment très, il y aura un débat, des échanges vraiment très fructueux. Et je pense que, Inch'Allah, aura un élan selon les sorties. Bien sûr, selon cette initiative Keep Your Promise. Tenez votre promesse, je pense, en français. Tenez votre promesse. Je pense que c'est un bon slogan et qu'on va y tenir, Inch'Allah, avec les activités. Donc, on est très honoré que cette initiative va démarrer. On vous remercie d'avoir choisi ici Marrakech pour donner le démarrage de cette initiative et j'espère bien que cette initiative va aboutir à de très bons résultats pour le bien de notre continent. Merci et à bientôt, Inch'Allah.
Merci beaucoup, Mansour. A quick announcement. Tomorrow, as we launch the committee of practice, we will also be able to read a declaration, which is going to be developed by a small committee, taking into account all what you have discussed here. So therefore, after lunch, I would really want to have a meeting with Bekere, my brother here, Abuya. We also have Dr. Wafa, present that meeting, Chakri, and Berida, and anybody else who may want to join the drafting team so that we work on a draft declaration, a regional declaration now for everyone, which we are going to also read, tomorrow as we continue with the rest part of the activities. Now, for the international participants invited by PACJA, that is from, I see Mauritania, I know we have Tunisia, I know we have Ethiopia, and other countries. Kindly see me after lunch so that we can sort a few things. Thank you.